The American dream is under attack. The greatest country in the world is now more polarized than ever before.
This is about targeting women of color.
Put your mask on.
It's an insult to our country as the world is already laughing at us.
While we're dividing ourselves from within, while the nation is focused on internal battles, a greater threat looms in the horizon. The Chinese Communist Party.
绝不允许任何外来势力奴役我们，谁妄想这样干，必将头破血流。
They're systematically infiltrating our government. They're stealing our technology, and they're attacking our freedoms.
The FBI is opening a new China-related counterintelligence case about every 10 hours.
The Chinese are preparing for war. We Americans are very good at being oblivious as to what our enemies are saying. And we did not pay attention to Osama bin Laden until one day he killed 2,977 Americans.
This is not just a battle of ideologies or just about pursuit of dominance. This is a war that will alter the course of our lives. And if we lose, it will condemn our children and future generations to a world of unimaginable horrors. This is why my show in the Epoch Times is so critical. We're not afraid to take on the Chinese regime head on.
And he said, they told me that if I keep talking to you, they're going to hire a hitman to chop off one of my hands.
We're not afraid to call out the CCP for their atrocities. We're completely independent. Our only interest is in traditional journalism and reporting truthfully.
Bizarre news today. The Chinese Communist Party is opening up police stations, departments, and working as overseas bureaus all around the world, including right here in New York. You heard that right.
It's time to replace the Chinese regime's propaganda with truth. Get back to the basics: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is subscribe to Epoch TV, and you'll get so much more in return. Just click on the link in the description below this video, and you're on your way.
Baby, this is our time to rewrite our American dream.
did they let all those people in? Why did the cops just kind of open the doors, lift up the ropes? Have those cops been charged? What was that anyway? That's on tape, it happened.
He could stop this. He could stop it.
At least one person over here is being injured and taken away.
Capitol Hill.
The decision was made at the highest levels of government to hunt down anyone who was at the Capitol on January 6th. If you see what Tucker Carlson is doing right now on Fox News, the documentary I did basically comes to the same conclusions. And we show you a lot more, in fact. January 6th demands a full and impartial investigation.
A Russian man claiming to hold top-level secrets about Russian advanced bombers has just turned up at the U.S. southern border, seeking asylum. The man claims to have been an engineer at a production facility over in the city of Kazan, and he says that he possesses top-secret information about the White Swan Tu-160, which is the most advanced bomber in the Russian arsenal. U.S. border officials, they interviewed the man, and they determined that his story was in fact credible and eventually passed him off to the FBI, who are still in the process of interrogating him right now. However, analysts have pointed out that the fact that the story was even leaked to the public is an indication that perhaps the American government is encouraging other Russians who also hold top-level secrets to also escape to America. And if you thought that was interesting, well then you should click on that button below this video and check out Epic TV, one of the best no-censorship video platforms on the internet. On there you will find awesome programs like American Thought Leaders.
We've now been, for 2 years, trying to obtain the unredacted emails. We're down to the last 50 pages. So that's where all the incriminating evidence is.
Crossroads, one of the big things happening right now. It's what's taking place with Russia and China.
Counterpunch.
You will see information you've never seen anywhere else.
Facts Matter. I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. Stay informed, and most importantly, stay free. As well as a plethora of great documentaries, wholesome movies that you can enjoy with your whole family.
If I reach 1 hour, I accomplish something.
Cooking programs, and my absolute favorite, programs about traditional art and traditional music, which can honestly uplift your mood and fill you with hope for the future. And the best thing about Epic TV, at least in my opinion, is that there's no corporate backing and there's no allegiance to some anti-American agenda.
How dare you come to this peaceful community and try to scam these people?
What the hell are you talking about?
But rather, it's just good, honest, wholesome content that's based in truth and tradition.
I saw him. It was incredible.
Something that you can actually sit down with your whole family and enjoy, knowing that some ideology is not about to be pushed upon you.
And who's fighting it? We're fighting it here at Epoch Times, and we need to keep bringing you the news.
And so again, if you'd like to check out Epic TV, just click on that button below this video. You and your family will absolutely love it.
The American dream is under attack. The greatest country in the world is now more polarized than ever before.
This is about targeting women of color.
Put your mask on.
It's an insult to our country as the world is already laughing at us.
While we're dividing ourselves from within, while the nation is focused on internal battles, a greater threat looms in the horizon. The Chinese Communist Party.
绝不允许任何外来势力奴役我们，谁妄想这样干，必将头破血流。
They're systematically infiltrating our government. They're stealing our technology, and they're attacking our freedoms.
The FBI is opening a new China-related counterintelligence case about every 10 hours.
The Chinese are preparing for war. We Americans are very good at being oblivious as to what our enemies are saying. And we did not pay attention to Osama bin Laden until one day he killed 2,977 Americans.
This is not just a battle of ideologies or just about pursuit of dominance. This is a war that will alter the course of our lives. And if we lose, it will condemn our children and future generations to a world of unimaginable horrors. This is why my show in the Epoch Times is so critical. We're not afraid to take on the Chinese regime head on.
And he said, they told me that if I keep talking to you, they're going to hire a hitman to chop off one of my hands.
We're not afraid to call out the CCP for their atrocities. We're completely independent. Our only interest is in traditional journalism and reporting truthfully.
Bizarre news today. The Chinese Communist Party is opening up police stations, departments, and working as overseas bureaus all around the world, including right here in New York. You heard that right.
It's time to replace the Chinese regime's propaganda with truth. Get back to the basics: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is subscribe to Epoch TV, and you'll get so much more in return. Just click on the link in the description below this video, and you're on your way.
Baby, this is our time to rewrite our American.
And we've been able to pull things off that have really been remarkable. As you see today, it's primarily on the conferences and the speakers and the content. We're still working on the audiences, so I hope it fills out more today. But I've learned, and I truly believe it, not just an excuse, the smaller audience really does allow more conversation, so I hope that we have enough time in the agenda where we can have some back and forth. This is the Hall of State. This is the Great Seal of Texas, with the Six Flags, which you think of as an amusement park. There was an oil man here who then became a real estate developer, and then he decided to do an amusement park, and he came up with the idea of Six Flags over Texas. And it springs from the Six Flags that flew Spain, France, Mexico for 32 years, the Republic of Texas, the Confederacy, and America. There's a lot of pride here, as you know. The murals, I think, are absolutely wonderful. And I had an idea yesterday to take a snapshot of these murals. I'm sure they have good illustrations of them. And remove the people and put it back with a real diversity of people. There's Santa Ana. I'm sorry. There's Sam Houston lying down by the tent. Santa Ana was put up by a tree in front of a firing squad. And he gave his little Mason sign like this, and Sam Houston let him live. We had a lot of conferences yesterday, and we tried something new today with these pavilion stages. So if you have time to walk around the expo and you see a stage, around it will be exhibitors of like kind, and there'll be speakers for 2 or 3 days on the stage. So to me, that's a conference, a very diverse conference. I'm going to stay here as long as I can and learn a little over my head. How will we be for time, Sydney? Are we going to have to run? We'll have time for a little rapport. Okay. And then is lunch going to be here? Okay, working lunch. And then I hope you all can come join us at the banquets. But if you're here, that entitles you to come to the after party tonight. And they're fantastic networking, something we're real proud of. So I hope you can make it there at 3826 Arrowhead Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trammell, and good morning, everybody, and happy Earth Day. This is Earth Day. Yeah, let's hear it for Earth Day. When Trammell and I were planning this climate adaptation conference, probably half a year ago, many months ago, he said, "When do you want to hold it?" And I said, "Oh, Earth Day, of course. You know, this is when we want to do it." So anyway, we're here. It's Saturday. It's Earth Day, April 22nd. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. It means a lot to everybody here. It means a lot to EarthX. I am Dr. Sid Thurston. I am the new Vice President at EarthX for Global Science and Technology. Thank you very much. And I'm also the vice chair of the World Meteorological Organization Standing Committee for Earth System Observations. I kept my hat in the WMO community, and I've been lucky to curate this conference. So thank you all very much for your strong contributions. For the last almost 3 decades now, I've been really blessed to work with some of the best and brightest scientists on the planet, from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. Let's hear it for NOAA, please. Yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. My job was to build the global ocean observing system with partners around the world. And the ocean is the memory of the climate system. So understanding the ocean circulation, the interface between the ocean and the atmosphere helps to predict future weather and on longer time scales, climate. As I traveled my first 1,000,000 miles across the Indo-Pacific, and then the second 1,000,000 miles, and then almost 2.5 million miles, everywhere I went, whether it was East Africa, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Pacific Islands, everybody would come up to me, what's climate change? What does it mean to me? What does it mean to my family? What does it mean to my job? And the third question was, is there anything we can do about it? What can we do about it? And it was pervasive. Everybody is really, really concerned about climate change. So my passion was to bring experts, science experts, and I organized over 30 what we call capacity building workshops in Tanzania, Mombasa, Nairobi, Cape Town, all through Northeast Asia. So 30 capacity building workshops, bringing experts. That was my passion. I wanted to demystify this thing called climate change. And we had a lot of fun, and we really educated a lot of people. When I started with NOAA in 1995, these workshops were focused on certain parts of the world. And the goal was to empower vulnerable populations. And then over the last 30 years, I realized that, hey, the whole world is vulnerable now. It's not just East Africa. The whole world is vulnerable to floods, more extreme events, droughts, sea level rise, hurricane intensity is increasing. And I think we all know that deep down, that things are changing. So my vision for EarthX, my role at the EarthX, is to work with this amazing platform that Trammell established with his vision, with his intelligence, with his hard work, and with his diligence. He started this 12 years ago. And I want to use this amazing platform as an outreach to bring science-based adaptation to the world. Yeah, that was good, because this is a powerful statement. We want to bring science-based adaptation to the world. And we're starting now, so this will give you a taste with this conference and a sneak preview, really, of where I think EarthX can go globally with science-based adaptation. And we're just honored and delighted to have NOAA's Deputy Administrator, Janie Bavishi. Would you please stand up just for a second, just to let everybody know. Janie is remarkable. She's NOAA's #2, and she comes from the mayor's office in New York City, where she was leading climate resilience for New York City. I'll let Murph say more about that in a minute, but I just wanted everybody to recognize Janie. And then, of course, we have many other outstanding scientists. We'll be discussing the climate and health connection, new eco-friendly building materials. We want everybody to walk away with a new perspective on nuclear energy, and that came across very significantly yesterday. And then this notion of information and communications technology, I think, is really going to be huge. We're living in this existential climate change crisis, and we're also living in this amazing information and technology era. I want EarthX to be the nexus of bringing, ICT, information and communication technology, to the world to help solve the climate adaptation crisis. Whether it's a farmer in East Kenya with his 10 hectares experiencing a drought, he needs to know what's going to happen in the next 10 years and what are the solutions. So to be clear, please, this will not be a debate about climate change. I think that train left the station many years ago. Instead, we are here today on Earth Day to learn about science-based adaptation. We want you to please walk away this afternoon with practical and actionable understanding and knowledge of climate change and how the world is adapting. And I must say, it's not only surviving climate change, but it's thriving in climate change. So there's a lot of optimism and a lot of hope. And with that, I'd like to thank you all again for being with us. Please talk offline with these amazing scientists you'll be hearing from. And with that, I'd like to pass it to my long-term colleague and friend, Michael Murphy, Director of Communications for NOAA Research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sid. As you mentioned, Sid and I have known each other since 1995 when we were fresh out of graduate school doing a fellowship, one-year fellowship in Washington, D.C., working for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And I'm so happy that after all these years, Sid has since retired and taken this great position with EarthX, that we're able to get to work together again on this really important conference. So again, I am the Communications Director for NOAA Research. And my job as MC today is to make sure you all have a great time listening to all these wonderful speakers. As always, as MC, I'm going to just give you a few logistics and administrative information. One is, as Trammell indicated, the goal is to actually be able to have some conversation after each presentation. So we are reserving time for Q&A after each talk. That means speakers, please try to stick to your allotted time to allow that conversation. Also, really importantly, restrooms. Restrooms are downstairs. Now, I did notice that this morning the men's room was out of order, but there is an alternative family restroom for the gentlemen to use that as well. So just go around the conference table registration there. There's some stairs downstairs, and you can use the restroom there as well. With that, I think we're going to just get right into it. So, as Sid mentioned, things are changing, and you're going to hear a lot about that today. And firstly, you're going to hear from Janie Bavishi, who Sid has already briefly introduced. As he stated, she is the Deputy Administrator for NOAA and also the Assistant Secretary for Ocean and Atmosphere. And in that role, she provides agency-wide direction with regard to climate resilience, fisheries, and coastal and ocean programs. And the way we're going to do this with Janie, she's not going to just sit up here at the podium. We thought it'd be really illuminative to have a fireside chat. So Sid went out and found another great person to join her in this conversation, Amanda Ellis, who is currently the Executive Director at the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. Corey, if you can go ahead and bring up the other background slide as well. Sorry about that. Serves as Executive Director as the Asia Pacific for the Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation, and as Senior Director. Any good person who works in academia has to have multiple titles, as my Stanford days can attest. She's the Senior Director for Global Partnerships and Networks for the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. This is a really cool laboratory, ASU. Check it out if you haven't already done so. And she's also co-chair of the We Empower United Nations Sustainability Development Goals Challenge. Those goals, by the way, are scattered around Centennial Hall and the Automobile Hall. If you see those little blocks, Those are the sustainability goals, really important stuff. And is also a former New Zealand ambassador to the United Nations. So with that, I'd like to invite Janie and Amanda up to the stage here, where they're going to give remarks for about 20 to 30 minutes or so, and then we'll have time for some Q&A.
Kia ora, everybody, and aloha. Kia ora being greetings in Māori from Aotearoa, New Zealand, where I'm originally from, and aloha being greetings from Hawaii, where I now reside with my husband. And probably the most important credentials of my bio are that I'm married to a Texan, and all our family are here. Everybody went to UT Austin, so I couldn't be more excited to be here in this state, really through Trammell, leading the way on showing the world the most diverse environmental event on the planet. So super excited to be here at EarthX, and having helped negotiate the UN Sustainable Development Goals during my time as ambassador, I was absolutely thrilled to have the opportunity to conduct this fireside chat with one of the leading women in this area in the US, Janie Bavishi. Now, my thunder's already been stolen on much of her brilliant bio, but I wanted to say she's also leading efforts related to NOAA's implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Acts, and she's going to be telling us a little bit more about where those historic investments are going. So Janie is a distinguished expert in the field of climate adaptation and resilience. And as Sid said, the hot topic of the moment. Right now in Asia, a third of the population is being impacted by a massive heat wave. And from where I'm from down under, 1.5 billion animals were burned in bushfires recently. And Janie and I, when we were chatting in prep for today, said to me that, in fact, heat is the #1 cause of deaths in the US. In the rest of the world, it's flooding. So she is an absolute repository of fabulous information. And I am going to ask you, Janie, we've heard your official bio, but we would love to hear more from you about your path to this role. It's a very, very senior role in the United States. And what is it that motivates you to do this important work?
Well, thank you, Amanda. I want to just first start by saying Happy Earth Day to everybody. Thank you, Trammell and Sid, for inviting me to be here. Thank you, Amanda, for joining me in this conversation. It's been great to get to know you and your work as well as part of the preparation for this event, so really appreciate it. So I actually started my career with a focus on youth development, and I ended up in a post-disaster community in India that was hit by the super cyclone of 1999. Now, when I arrived in this community, I had not even heard of the super cyclone of 1999, and maybe many of us in this room are in the same position, but it was a cyclone that killed over 10,000 people and washed away entire villages in communities along the Bay of Bengal in India. And it was the first time in my career, and I was fortunate to have this realization early on, that I came to be aware that the most environmentally vulnerable people and communities are also the most socioeconomically vulnerable. And it really just changed my entire perspective. So I ended up going to graduate school to pursue a degree in urban planning because I really wanted to have the tools to take a more holistic approach to community development, to address these variety of challenges that communities were facing, On my first day of grad school, Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Louisiana, and all of a sudden, all of the challenges that motivated me to go to grad school in the first place were playing out in my own country. And so, I actually convinced my dean to let me enroll remotely, and I relocated to New Orleans, and I've never looked back. And the image that we actually see up here is a stripe graph. It's the annual average temperatures over the last over 100 years. And what you can see very clearly is that Texas, this is actually a stripe graph for Texas, is getting hotter. It's getting hotter over time, and that means it's also getting wetter. And so, in my view, there's climate change is the greatest challenge of our times. There's nothing that is more challenging to the way we live than climate change. So in terms of where I started, in terms of focusing on youth, I feel like one important way that we can serve our youth today is to ensure that they and their children and grandchildren have a healthy and sustainable planet where they can thrive.
How inspiring is that? And wonderful to know about your personal journey. It just makes the work that you're doing so meaningful. Now, you recently joined the NOAA leadership team, and we're thrilled in Hawaii. We have the Pacific Regional Integrated Scientific Assessment Group, and I know the name is changing, so you're going to tell us about that, who look at what is happening across Hawaii and the Northern Pacific. And they're finding similar things, but of course the challenge there is sea level rise predominantly, but a range of other challenges too. Now, NOAA sounds like it's to the general public, it's a difficult acronym to get your head around. So the National Oceanographic and now I even have to look up that other word, atmospheric administration. But it's a word that most of us are familiar with. We know about NOAA, but what does it actually do? Explain to the audience, what do you do on a day-to-day basis, and what is the agency working on?
Well, let me start by telling you what NOAA does on a day-to-day basis. NOAA is the lead federal agency on weather satellites, weather forecasting, oceans, fisheries, coasts, climate monitoring, all of those things. Now, what does that mean for you, right? Millions of Americans use NOAA science and data every day and don't realize it. So let me ask you a couple questions. Who here checks their weather forecasts, whether it's on the TV or radio or app? Okay, almost all of you. So NOAA provides that information. It's NOAA weather satellites and the National Weather Service, which is housed at NOAA, that predict the weather and communicate that weather so it can be those weather forecasts so it can be widely disseminated. And this is important so that you can decide what to wear in the morning, but also it's incredibly important to our economy, right? Every industry from agriculture to trade need this information so that they can anticipate what changes are to come. Who eats seafood? Okay, many seafood eaters in the audience. It's NOAA's role in managing sustainable fisheries that allow you to eat seafood safely and to continue to enjoy seafood because we're managing our fisheries in a sustainable way. And by the way, the fishing industry is also tremendously important to our economy. 1.5 million jobs created through the fishing industry and also creates recreational opportunities. Who enjoys going to the beach? Lots of beachgoers here. NOAA's work to restore our coastal ecosystems and environments, including those that are damaged by oil spills or toxic waste spills, and to remove marine debris, allows you to enjoy your beach safely. But if you like to boat or surf when you're at the beach, it's NOAA information. NOAA, again, providing everything from nautical charts to daily surf updates that allow you to enjoy those activities safely. So NOAA is a part of your day-to-day lives, and often we don't even know it. I am so excited to join the NOAA leadership team at this historical and transformational time. As Amanda, you mentioned, through investments in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, we have an unprecedented opportunity to proactively help coastal communities prepare for the impacts of climate change. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that later in the conversation. But right now, I just want to focus on my overall role. I want to first say that I am not a scientist. I'm an urban planner by training. And so that means I probably more readily represent the expertise of NOAA users than I do NOAA experts, right? Brilliant. So it's an interesting perspective to bring to the role. But my role focuses on climate adaptation and resilience, oceans and fisheries and coasts. And I'm particularly focused on how NOAA delivers our science and information equitably. We know that it's critically important that we reach communities that are historically under-resourced, those that have been impacted by the legacy of segregation and redlining in our country, because climate, by the way, is a risk magnifier, right? It's going to only add to the burdens of unjust policymaking that these communities are facing. And just yesterday, I want to mention that the president signed a new executive order on environmental justice. He already signed one in the first week of the administration, but really redoubled the administration's commitment to advancing environmental justice and holding federal agencies accountable in doing that.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And I love this term, risk magnifier. I work a lot with Indo-PACOM, and I lead the education working group on Pacific environment security, which of course is the risks and threats of climate change. And we talk about threat multiplier, but I love this term, risk magnifier. Now, Janie, you mentioned working all over the country. You've been really on the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina, in New York City with the challenges there, and also I know from our team in Hawaii, they all speak so highly of you that you've worked in Hawaii too. So can you share a little with the audience some of the different experiences that you have had and the lessons you've learned from working in so many different places across the country?
Absolutely. I think there are two sort of overarching reflections I'd like to share. And the first is that there's tremendous power in people to lead change. People have to be a part of the change. And then the second is that climate solutions are attainable. So let me tell you a little bit about some of my experiences. In the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina, I had this amazing privilege to work to build a regional coalition of community leaders across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. There was a sense of competition among the states for federal resources, but when you looked at some of these low-income communities that were most devastated by the storms, and it actually wasn't just Katrina, it was Rita and Gustav and Ike, and they just kept coming. The situation was more the same than it was different. And so we brought a coalition of advocates together. And by the way, they didn't necessarily think of themselves as advocates. They were just people who had stepped up in the wake of the storm, and they were just trying to do the right thing and make sure that people could get back home and could continue to live their lives. They were trying to put their communities back together. But they had stories to tell, and we wanted to make sure those stories were heard by federal policymakers. So we put a coalition of advocates together to make sure those stories were heard in DC, on Capitol Hill. And we won some policy victories through it. We made sure that resources were getting to the people who needed the most. I had the opportunity to work in Hawaii, and Hawaii is one of my most favorite places on earth. So we share that connection. But I spent time in the Asia Pacific bringing together various sectors, government officials, businesses, foundations, academia, philanthropy, to help scale innovative approaches to disaster risk reduction. One of the projects I got to work on was this community-based landslide early warning system. We paired kind of a low-cost technology to measure soil movement with indigenous decision-making structures. Communities on the sort of, hills of the sides of volcanic, mountains were monitoring the system and then making the decision to evacuate based on indigenous decision-making structures, right? It was that investment, the community's investment in the success of those systems that made those systems successful. So, we started piloting this. We installed it in a few villages, really did the work to make sure that the community owned it and it was, like I said, really embraced by the community. And then there was a trigger event. We also share the results with the Disaster Management Agency, with international aid organizations. And there was a trigger event, a landslide in central Java that killed 1,000 people, incredibly tragic. But then the Disaster Management Agency made a decision to install the system in 1,000 communities. And so, it was something that worked, and we could show that. And then in the last 6 years, I was in New York City, where I had the incredible privilege to lead the implementation of a $20 billion portfolio of resilience projects and programs to help prepare the city for climate change, the various impacts.
That's kind of Texan size. Yeah, 20 billion, wow.
And it was residents, it was everyday New Yorkers that first of all made sure that we weren't putting climate adaptation and resilience on the back burner as the memory of Hurricane Sandy faded, right? That it was an issue that was in the here and now. But more than that, it was also residents communicating their values and priorities for the future of their neighborhoods and for the city that allowed us to really build innovative approaches to climate adaptation. So for example, we invested in a $2.5 billion flood protection project, the Eastside Coastal Resiliency Project, and it elevated an entire park, East River Park. It's a beloved park on the Lower East Side. It elevated the park to create flood protection for the community behind it. But the residents wanted more from it than that. They wanted better waterfront access. They wanted interstitial spaces in the park so that families could have picnics. They said, you know, we love the tracks and fields and all of that in the park, but they're all fenced off and we don't have a place to hang out. That's what we want. And also, please don't block off our waterfront views because we're inherently a waterfront city. And those were important inputs into making sure that we weren't just protecting the neighborhood, which was, of course, the primary purpose of the project and critically important, but we were also making living in that neighborhood better, right? We were improving quality of life. And by the way, that project protects tens of thousands of public housing residents in particular. So it's an environmental justice project inherently too. But I'm already seeing some of these lessons play out at NOAA. There's, right here in Texas, in Clearview, Texas, we've helped fund a project called Exploration Green. And this was an area that was impacted by Harvey, and we've turned a defunct golf course into a project that can retain stormwater for intense precipitation, but also provide recreational amenities like hiking trails and bike trails. And the community got involved and made it clear that they didn't just want a series of stormwater retention ponds. They wanted something that could serve the community in other ways. And so, that community input was key, but even more, just like the landslide early warning systems, community involvement was incredibly important and has really been the backbone of the project's success. So, the community members were involved from everything from actually creating plans and proposals to getting the project funded to now, helping with the community gardens and making sure that, this project is as lush as it was imagined to be. And it's really, like I said, one of the backbones of the project's success. There's this quote from a resident that I just love. She said, my house doesn't flood anymore, which is really important, but I'm getting my husband to exercise because of Exploration Green. And this is amazing because we talk about the multiple benefits that these projects and investments can provide, and this is just one example of that. And by the way, when we're able to really unlock these multiple benefits, the projects become eligible for multiple sources of funding. If you put bike trails on a flood protection project, you can access DOT funds that you might not have otherwise been able to access. So I think, really sort of seeing that vision come to fruition through these projects is very exciting, and I hope it can be a model for other investments.
It is so exciting, and I think we all love this idea of win-win outcomes so that climate adaptation can actually help create better futures. And that's something I think is so important to get out into the general public in terms of that messaging, because climate change can often seem incredibly overwhelming and sometimes even like a distant threat. So I know for me, I was an absolute climate despondent until I met Julie Wrigley and actually Trammell in Hawaii. And we started having these interesting conversations about the sorts of solutions that you're highlighting. And I hadn't thought of so many of those. So it's wonderful to know that NOAA is leading this incredible work. Thank you. Tell us a little bit more about why people should care about acting on climate now. And that's a really important question because, as you've said, the challenges can be uneven. So tell us a little bit about why we should all care about this issue.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that NOAA does is report on the impact of extreme weather events. And we have a product that we call the $1 Billion Disasters Report that we've been issuing since 1980. So here's what we know, and I want to make sure I get these numbers right. In 2021 and 2022, they were among the 5 costliest years that we've tracked $1 billion disasters. So
did you say that again?
Yeah. 2021 and 2022 were both among the 5 costliest years since we've tracked billion-dollar disasters.
Wow.
Last year, there were 18 separate weather and climate disaster events in the U.S., with losses exceeding $1 billion each, totaling over $165 billion.
$165 billion.
But here's the real kicker. Over the last 5 years, the U.S. has averaged $18 billion disasters per year. But in the 1980s, we were only experiencing 3.3 on average.
So from 3.3 to 18 in just a few decades. Wow.
Yeah, just over 2 decades.
Exponential change. Wow.
Now, the silver lining here is that the fatality rate from the weather events continue to decline. And, I think improvements in our weather forecasting has been really key to that, both forecasting and communications. But the costs are just rising exponentially. Right here in Texas, Hurricane Harvey is regarded among one of the costliest weather disasters in U.S. history, causing $125 billion in damages. And some estimates actually bring that estimate all the way up to closer to $200 billion.
Wow.
And as we look to the future, Swiss Re, which is one of the largest global reinsurance companies, released an analysis a couple years ago that estimated that climate change can be expected to shave off 11 to 14% off a global economic output by 2050, compared to what those growth levels would have been without climate change. So that, just to put that in dollars and cents, that amounts to as much as 23 trillion with a T dollars in reduced annual global economic output worldwide as a result of climate change.
So things are going to be worse if we don't take action now.
Absolutely, but I wanted to really highlight the economic impacts, but it's more than that too, right? Climate change and extreme weather is challenging all the systems that we rely on to provide us with clean air, clean water, food, and shelter. For example, heat makes allergy and asthma worse, right?
Yeah, I see that in my husband, yes.
Flooding can challenge our drainage systems to the point where, it can cause pollution of our clean drinking water. When we talk about these impacts, we also, I just want to keep remember that climate change is a risk magnifier. So all of these impacts are going to be disproportionately felt by some of the most vulnerable among our society.
So therefore, these 2 new big bills, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, are really important. And we know that climate and equity are part of the priorities that NOAA has, and also part of the new Climate Ready Nation strategy you have for the 4-year period, 22 to 26. So tell us a little bit more about how you're actually doing that and what is NOAA's role. And then audience, please get your questions ready. We're going to have a roving mic and have a more general conversation with Janie and you. So tell us.
Well, as you said, Amanda, the Biden-Harris administration has both made climate change and equity top priorities. And with the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, we have unprecedented resources to proactively invest in resilient communities, equity, and a low-carbon future for our country. I should mention, I'm going to talk more about what NOAA is doing, but this is really a whole-of-government effort. We're working with partners at FEMA and DOT.
What's FEMA?
The Federal Emergency Management Administration, Department of Transportation, the Department of Interior, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and so many others to do this work. So just want to acknowledge that there's so many other partners that are in the mix here. But through both the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, NOAA has about $6 billion to help build resilience to climate change, and especially in coastal communities. And a lot of this work is happening in a very place-based way through investments in natural infrastructure, coastal resilience, and by the way, these things are equated to economic resilience as well, right? They really go hand in hand. So just yesterday, NOAA announced approximately $562 million in grants, with funds from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, leveraged from the Inflation Reduction Act as well, to support the Climate Ready Coasts Initiative. And this includes coastal resilience, carbon storage, nature-based infrastructure, and boosting coastal zone management. And this includes 32 million right here in Texas. I want to tell you about one specific project, and the Vice President actually spoke about this yesterday when she announced these grants. We're investing in oyster reef restoration in the Gulf of Mexico, including here along the Texas coast. And you know, that sounds like a small thing, but let me tell you, oysters are really amazing, right? And they clean and filter water. They provide food and habitat for other species, so they're important for biodiversity. They actually serve as a buffer, oyster reefs serve as a buffer to help break up waves and tides, so they can serve as part of an important component of our coastal protection. But then they're also important for the economy. The oyster shellfish industry is really an important economic engine as well. And there's so many other investments that are equally exciting that I won't go into because I don't want to bore you all. But if you want to get excited about oysters, please look into them. They're really exciting. I do want to acknowledge, and you mentioned this, Amanda, that you know, this work that we're doing through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act is in addition to the work that NOAA does on a day-to-day basis to provide information, science, tools to Americans to make sure that they can make informed decisions in the face of climate change. One of our priorities, as you said, is to build a climate-ready nation. And it's really just that, to ensure that every American has the access and the tools, access to the information and tools they need to make informed decisions as the climate is changing. So let me give you a couple of examples about this. For example, heat, as you pointed out, it's the deadliest extreme weather event that we face in the U.S. And it's also kind of known as a silent killer, right? It can affect people inside their homes most of the time. After extreme heat events, you don't see the images of property destruction like you do after storms, but it is incredibly impactful and often also impacts some of the most vulnerable residents in our society, the elderly, the chronically disabled. So we are focused on reducing impacts from heat. And you can check out heat.gov, by the way, as a great resource for all of our work on heat. There's a multi-agency effort known as the National Integrated Heat Health Information System that has, among other things, launched a Urban Heat Island campaign. The Urban Heat Island effect, by the way, is a phenomenon that makes cities hotter than surrounding suburban neighborhoods because there's less vegetation, more dark surfaces, asphalt, and so cities can be up to 20 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than surrounding rural and suburban areas. So Dallas is actually part of our 2023 Urban Heat Island mapping campaign where residents are actually helping to take sensors out, heat sensors out while they're driving or on their bikes to record temperatures and humidity, just so we can get a better sense of what these temperature variabilities look like. And this information is so important because it can help tell us where to plant trees or just how to communicate the risks of extreme heat and where to target those messaging efforts. Another example is drought. Drought.gov is another resource to check out. We're focused on monitoring, forecasting, planning through a multi-agency effort again called the National Integrated Drought Information System. We're providing specific tailored regional information to stakeholders. Right here in Texas, approximately 38% of Texas is currently experiencing severe drought. This is actually down, fortunately, from about 75% of the state experiencing drought a year ago. And the list goes on. So my point here is that there's a lot of information available. Another resource to check out is climate.gov, which has a range of tools that you can scroll through to help users apply this data and science in their own communities or businesses.
So helpful. So heat.gov, drought.gov, and climate.gov. And thank you for making those easy to remember. Wanting to see if there's any questions. We're going to have a mic running around. I have a question on oceans. So I'm going to take moderator's prerogative. So tell us a little bit about the role of oceans. We are in the desert in Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona, and we just opened a school for ocean futures because of the role of the oceans in our overall well-being. So Jenny, share with everybody why oceans are such a critical part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. So oceans are certainly a critical part of the ecosystem and one of the Earth systems, actually, that really understanding the oceans better helps us understand why we're experiencing climate change in the first place. But oceans are also a place to look to. They're a source for climate adaptation and mitigation solutions. So everything from, green shipping to carbon storage to biodiversity solutions, ecosystem restoration, marine renewable energy, climate-ready aquaculture and fisheries, and the list goes on. There's so many things that we can look to the ocean to actually help us tackle the climate crisis. So just recently, last month, the Biden-Harris administration released the Ocean Climate Action Plan. I think there are over 200 actions that we have committed to taking on. By the way, NOAA is lead on 60% of those actions and a contributor to 75% of them. So we have a lot of work cut out for us, but we're excited to lean in and really look to the ocean to help us solve the challenges we're facing now, and there'll be a lot more to come on that front. But like I said, excited to lean in here.
Great, and we know Janie is going to be very busy over the next couple of years, but fantastic to hear the work you're doing. Are there any? Grab a mic so we can run. If you have a question, please wave so we can see you. Here's one right in the middle here. Thank you. And if you could identify yourself, stand up, tell everybody who you are, what organization you're with, and ask Janie your question, that would be great. Thank you.
Of course. Well, thanks so much, Janie, for sharing all of your experiences and different facts that we all really need to know to help further our impact. My name is Salvador Perez. I graduated from Virginia Tech about a year ago. I currently work for Accenture. I'm an analyst and just trying to grow my career a bit. And my question is around NOAA's strategy. What is NOAA's strategy to further their impact, their outreach, to further inform communities across the U.S. and even further off territories like Puerto Rico, Guam, states like Hawaii and Alaska, which are touching oceans and also important, hopefully, to our goals and impact and strategy in addressing climate change?
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's such an important one. I have been so excited to see, I didn't mention this before, but I was actually at NOAA 10 years ago, and so I'm coming back to NOAA in this role. And I've been so excited to see the energy around our regional teams and regional offices. We have over 150 weather forecast offices across the country. We have regional coordination teams that take various NOAA assets all over the country, whether it's the weather forecast office or the regional climate services director or a local sanctuaries office, National Marine Sanctuaries Office, and really coordinating those assets to make sure that we have a one NOAA presence, so you don't have to knock on a whole bunch of different doors to get what you need from NOAA. So I've been really excited to see that. There's not a simple answer to your question, I'll say, though, right? We're all over the place. We are holding roundtables across the country to hear from people about what they need so we can tailor our services better. We are coming to events like this to have these kinds of conversations so we can tell people about what we're doing, but also hear from people about what more they need from us. We have some really great programs like Sea Grant. I don't know if you've heard of the Sea Grant program, but it's a university-based program in 34 coastal states and territories that are really working to solve issues that coastal communities are facing now, whether it's saltwater intrusion into their drinking water supply, or an aquaculture challenge, or something related to protecting coastal communities and the economies that are based in coastal communities, like tourism. And they have extension agents out that are always out and about trying to make connections and make sure that they're embedded in communities. They also create a lot of volunteer opportunities, so that's something to look out for and get engaged with. But all that to say that there's just a lot happening, and we're going to continue to do it. And like I said, there isn't a simple one answer to how we're engaging, but it's something that we're taking seriously, and we're taking really a multi-pronged approach to engaging with communities, getting our information out there, but also getting feedback, because that dialogue is what makes us better and better able to serve the American public.
And that is a wonderful note on which to finish, that dialogue is so important. And Janie, you've warned us that climate change is a risk magnifier, but you've told us that climate solutions are out there and given us so many wonderful examples of what NOAA is actually doing. And I think third and most important, that there is power in the people to lead change, and NOAA is working so closely with communities and people to lead that positive change. Janie Bavishi, fabulous work. Thank you so much to you and NOAA for the incredible job you're doing. Everybody, please thank Janie. Brilliant, fabulous, thank you. Terrific, thank you.
Great job.
Thanks.
All right, that was amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Amanda and Janie. And as we transition now to our next two guests, you're in for a real treat. You know, the U.S., sometimes we like to think we're, super cool, but we're not the only game in town. And these next two guests are going to provide a really important perspective from their country's view. One thing that has been really nice to see here at EarthX is the participation and involvement from countries around the world coming here to Dallas to participate. So I wanted to introduce Rachel Connell, who is the Vice President of the North American Strategy for Competitiveness. And for those of you that work in that side of the business, that is known as NASCO. Ms. Connell has served as Vice President for NASCO for more than 18 years, while implementing collaborations and partnerships between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. And there's a huge Mexico contingent here at EarthX this week. NASCO serves as the leading trilateral organization focused on North American competitiveness through supply chains, burdens, and trading relationships. And so Rachel is going to serve as a similar role as Amanda just did with Ms. Bavishi, with her special guest that I will let her introduce. So without further ado, Rachel, come on up.
Thank you, and happy Earth Day. I am happy to be a part of this conversation with Ms. Fuller this morning. My organization, NASCO, as was mentioned, is a trilateral organization. We're based here in Dallas, and we're a great group of North Americans who are committed and invested in seeing the U.S., Mexico, and Canada succeed together and be more of an integrated community. So happy Earth Day, excited to be here. Patricia and I were matching this morning a little bit in our look. But I am happy to introduce Ms. Fuller. We had lunch the other day. She has such an incredible background in trade and economic policy in the Canadian federal government. She's held many roles, been in many departments, been in many countries. I did learn that her love of Mexico and South America is near and dear to her heart. But we're here to talk a little bit about a special report, and so I'll sit down and we'll just get right into that. So tell us a little bit. You were formerly the Ambassador of Climate Change for the Government of Canada, which is a huge role, a historic role, something that was a fairly new role when you came in. So tell us a little bit about that and some of your career highlights.
Oh, thank you, Rachel, and it is a pleasure to share the stage with someone who's also working towards North American success and North American integration, which has been a big part of my career as well. And it was a pleasure to be here yesterday as part of the Latin America conference, given my background in that region. But my work in diplomacy abroad and then in Ottawa on trade, economic, energy, and climate issues led to the appointment in this diplomatic role to be ambassador for climate change, which, climate change is a big, complex problem. So governments are challenged to coordinate all of their international engagements and positions around such a complex issue where so many departments are involved, so many stakeholders. So many countries have these envoy or ambassador positions, which create a bit of a focal point for that international engagement and work to create coherence and most importantly, to build partnerships. And that was really the fun part of that role, was to build partnerships with other countries to push forward on this big problem and do things like build a coalition of partners, countries, businesses, states, provinces that were committed to the phasing out of coal-fired electricity. So that was something that Canada started with the United Kingdom, and I think that's made a real difference in terms of commitments to phase out coal-fired electricity. And also just to work with Canadian clean tech companies, which I'm really pleased to be here in Texas, where we have carbon engineering from Squamish, BC, that I met this company quite a few years ago when they were nowhere, and telling me about this technology to remove carbon directly from the atmosphere. And now they're building a $1 billion project here in Texas with Occidental Petroleum. So those kind of clean tech companies that have great ideas and are moving them forward, that was always, for me, a big highlight. Bringing the solutions.
Very full circle to see that. Well, I was going to follow that question up and ask just what are some of the things that you were most proud of, and kind of maybe outlining a little bit for the group Canada's key priorities in terms of climate change.
Yeah, sure.
And tell people too just a little bit. I mean, Canada and Texas in terms of population. I mean, we're growing, you're growing, but we're not that far off in terms of population size and kind of the geography of Canada. I don't know if you want to...
Canada's growing very fast, like a lot faster than the United States, just because of our really strong commitment to immigration. So, it's easy to get out of date on the population numbers. People walk around thinking we're 33 million, right? No, we're more like 37 million. It's a very rapidly growing population, and one that really reflects the world. So, if you're walking down a street in Toronto, certainly, but many main streets in Canada, you have the world around you, because there's people from all over, and that diversity is really a huge strength for our population and for our economy and society. And on climate change, our plan, I think, if we think about it relative to the United States approach, many commonalities, and really governments, I always like to say they have basically three tools in the toolbox. One is regulation, one is incentives, and one is market-based mechanisms. So incentives, we've had to pull out a lot more to match the Inflation Reduction Act here in the United States, because the United States has certainly made incentives a big part of its approach to climate, and so we've had to make sure that we're competitive to attract investments in Canada, and we're doing that. And also working coherently with the United States around creating those supply chains for things like electric vehicles in particular. Regulation is always going to be part of the mix. But I think the carbon pricing approach, where we differ from the United States in using that mechanism, is very interesting as well, because it's an opportunity to leave it up to the private sector to decide, how do you respond to that signal, and that's working, I think, very well, and we're taking that revenue and returning it to households, which makes it a progressive kind of approach. So that's on the mitigation side, but here in this room, we're here to talk about adaptation. So let me just say a word about our national adaptation strategy, which is relatively new. That might surprise you. Haven't we been adapting for a long time? Well, we have been, and there's been all sorts of programs at various levels of government. But we decided we need a national framework that's going to bring all of this together in some sort of coherent whole and enable people to see how their actions are contributing to adaptation to climate change, and how we can line ourselves up against a series of priority areas. So the strategy has 5. It has number 1, focus on health, which I know you're going to talk about in the next panel, and which Janie talked about as well. Health is a very important impact of climate change. We've even in a cold country like Canada, we've had deaths from climate change. 50 in Quebec in 2018, and then more recently in BC, many more. It was in the hundreds. And it's the vulnerable people living alone in apartments with no one to check up on them. So around that, the National Adaptation Strategy seeks to define roles. It's the federal government's role to bring the science. What do we need to establish in terms of safe temperature levels? We regulate at municipal levels usually. Landlords are required to keep buildings to a certain level of warmth. They're not required to keep them to a certain level of cool. So, that kind of thing where the federal government can bring that science and guidance that then provinces and municipalities can put those regulations in place and other instruments. So that's one area. Another area is disaster resilience, of course. Another is nature-based solutions. Very exciting area where very cost-effective to restore wetlands rather than build a lot of gray infrastructure. You need both, but the combination of gray and green infrastructure is very I think innovative and creating a lot of interest, and we're putting money behind that in the strategy. And then economy and workforce, and that's around resilient supply chains, many of which we share with the United States. And we saw in the flooding in British Columbia, the supply chain to one of our key ports, Vancouver, cut off by that atmospheric river. So, building resilience in supply chains and in the workforce, and that's really where we need a whole new workforce. And it's very exciting, really, to think about all those adaptation professionals that we're going to need to do this right. So that's our national adaptation strategy. You can look it up online, and it's actually out for comment until the end of March, and then it'll be finalized. It was developed through a whole consultative process, of course, with provinces and territories, Indigenous leadership and communities. So that's there for you to take a look at.
Speaking of heat and cool, that makes me think about a trip to Ottawa that we had a few years ago. And we were there for an advocacy trip, and they all said, this is unseasonably warm weather here. We've never had temperatures like this in Ottawa. It was in the 90s in Ottawa. They said, this is unheard of. There was no air conditioning in the home that we were staying in. They said, oh no, we don't need air conditioning normally. So we about sweat to death. Being from Texas, where we're used to our AC all the time. But yes, there's certainly heat and cool conversations across our countries. And even here in Dallas, you look at what's happened over the last few years with, we were talking about this at lunch the other day, with all of our weather conditions and our tornadoes and our microbursts and all these crazy things that continue to take place. Okay, we're here to talk a little bit about the IPCC AR6 synthesis report in climate adaptation. So tell us a little bit about the IPCC for those that may not be familiar.
Sure. I think what's important to be happy about the IPCC is, I was thinking about this morning. as we maybe look back 20, 30, 40 years from now and think, what were they doing about this huge, massive problem? Why weren't they doing more? Hopefully they're not thinking that, but at least they'll be able to say there was a worldwide group of scientists from 195 countries, those governments all providing scientists to come together and analyze this problem, study this problem, bring the best science, and most importantly, come to a collective view, a consensus view on what that science is telling us. So that's, to me, the real value of the IPCC. It's pretty powerful when you think about how hard that is. I know people locked in rooms for days and days on end trying to come up with that policymakers' synthesis of all those scientific findings. A lot of push and pull. Frankly, a lot of scientists from countries that maybe don't want this news to be as bad as it is, and working out that kind of summary of what this science is telling us. It's not easy. So I think we need to put a lot of stock in what that's, what the reports of the IPCC are telling us.
And what is the report telling us? What are some of the key findings from your viewpoint that you think are important just for the everyday person to know?
Yeah, and the IPCC works in cycles, so this recent report is a summary of a whole series of reports. It's still very long. 32 pages is the summary, but it's readable.
I did notice that.
And it says that we're getting very close to that 1.5 degree mark, which we know, beyond that, adaptation becomes much more difficult. So this latest report said that we're likely to reach that 1.5 degree level of warming between 2030 and 2035. It says, I think, perhaps 4 things around adaptation that I want to focus on, because that's the topic here today. So the first thing it says is the impacts are already stark globally. And so it says 3.3 to 3.6 billion people are already vulnerable to climate change. That's virtually half the world's population. And I think as we sit here in North America, we sometimes forget that, we talk about the billions that climate impacts are costing our economies. We have a level of resources to respond to those impacts that countries in the global south simply do not have. So that level of vulnerability is underlined in that report. It said, 1 in 2 people experience water scarcity at some point in every year. It says millions are exposed to food insecurity. So those are impacts that we're already seeing. Secondly, it says that adaptation is occurring. We are seeing the development of cultivars that are resistant to heat or to salination, for example, salination being a huge issue as sea level rises, and rice paddies and other cultivations are becoming much more saline. So, cultivars that are resistant to that would be one example of adaptation that's been successful. Another would be in early warning systems, which Janie mentioned, which has dramatically reduced death tolls in Bangladesh, for example, where they've built those hurricane shelters and put in place those early warning systems to tell people to get into them. So that's positive, but the effort is fragmented, is what the report says. It's fragmented. It's under-resourced, and it's in some cases about what we call maladaptation, expensive irrigation of areas subject to drought where it just doesn't make sense to do that as an adaptation. It says that it needs to become much more transformational as an approach. It says, thirdly, that the window for adaptation is rapidly closing, but it's not closed yet. So the need to move faster. It talks about hard and soft adaptation limits, which is a concept of there are limits to how much we can adapt to the impacts of climate change. And a soft limit is one where perhaps with different technologies or different levels of investment, we could adapt to the impact of climate change. Hard adaptation limits are where it's really very difficult to adapt. For example, areas where their water source is glacier fed. If those glaciers aren't there anymore, maybe you can pump the water out of the ocean and desalinate it, but you're getting to hugely expensive, very challenging levels of adaptation. So the report talks about when those types of hard and soft adaptation limits may be reached if we don't move more quickly to reduce emissions. So finally, it makes that call that we've got to move from incremental to transformational adaptation, and that means really working at those local, regional, national, international scales to put in place adaptation measures to greatly increase the amount of funding that we put towards adaptation. And $1 on adaptation saves us $15 in costs of climate impacts. We know that, so that's pretty good investment. And then finally, the report talks about trying to get to integrated climate resilient development. It's hard when you're telling a municipality you've got to do this for mitigation, you've got to do this for adaptation. We really need to look at it more holistically, and so the report talks about climate resilient development. That means, like the everyday decisions on urban infrastructure, for example, have to think about emission reduction, bicycle lanes and all that kind of thing, but they've also got to think about resilience and got to do that together. So I think those are the main points on adaptation of the report.
I love that last comment. It makes me think about, Janie's remark about just ways to pull together different departments and funding and resources, and that the more you can do that and have a collaborative approach like that, the better everyone will be in the end. Along those lines, how do you see the government and private sector kind of working together to come up with some solutions, or maybe creative, innovative projects, even in Canada, that you might be aware of?
Yeah, the private sector has, of course, a huge role to play, and I had a chance to work with the insurance companies. Actually, Janie mentioned Swiss Re, which was very active in working with us on nature-based solutions, together with the Insurance Bureau of Canada. This was part of the Global Commission on Adaptation that Canada led the Nature-Based Solutions Action Track together with Mexico, and we were looking at ways where, the thing about adaptation is, unlike, and someone said this yesterday at one of the conferences, it doesn't always make money for a private sector investor. These are public goods at the end of the day to make societies safer. So, but this work with the insurance companies was looking at models to create incentives for the private sector to invest in adaptation, and particularly in nature-based solutions. So how do you, modify insurance policy programs to make it in the interest of a property owner, for example, to increase their resilience to climate change? And there's, international examples of this as well. Insurance programs for coral reefs that, hotel owners have an interest in investing in. The protection of reefs, because they protect their shorelines against extreme weather. So I think there's many opportunities in this challenge of climate change for government, private sector to work together. It's often around agreeing on some clear goals and enabling people to sort of see how they can lean in together against meeting those goals.
That makes sense. Given your different diplomatic experiences and your expertise in climate protection, what takeaways, I guess I didn't mention that Ms. Fuller is now at the university with students and getting to train and educate and lead in that way. So what sort of takeaways are you trying to leave with your students these days?
Yes, I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to work with students at the University of Ottawa in the Graduate School for Public and International Affairs, and it's been very, I must say, heartening to work with young people who are so committed to this challenge of climate change. And I think what I tell them is exercise your leadership. Wherever you find yourself, whether you're the junior person in a company or in a government, or you're the representative of the future generation that will bear the impact of climate change most acutely. So use your voice. Press your superiors for aligning their actions with values, and if your values aren't aligned with your organization, then go elsewhere. And the good news is that I think companies are seeing that values is a really important way to recruit good staff. That I remember, for example, a hydrogen company, I must say, unfortunately now purchased by a U.S. company, Hydrogenics, a leader in the hydrogen.
All in North America together.
Still in North America. I just wish they were still Canadian. Purchased by Cummings. And I went to see them in Toronto with their incredibly diverse staff. Again, United Nations in one room. And they said, we were talking about the challenge of recruitment, which everyone's talking about these days, getting good staff. And they were saying, we don't actually have a problem because people want to come and work on climate change solutions. They want to. So we get good people here. And so I think that's great news for students graduating these days, that they can find employers that have those values, and they can push for that, and there's great solutions to work to put into place.
I love that. That is encouraging and has to make you feel good and feel like you're making a bit of a difference in that way. Are there any last thoughts? I mean, we've got some time. We have a 0-0 on the timer here, so that means we have all day. But are there any questions, last thoughts you have? Questions in the group?
I'm happy to take some questions. If there's, I see someone moving already to a microphone, perhaps.
Anyone? Okay. Well, right here. Okay.
I thought that person was moving to. Oh, he's moving to the microphone. Okay.
And please tell us who you are.
I'm Congressman Bill Foster. I'm going to be speaking later on today. You mentioned Canada's use of a carbon tax, and you viewed it as successful. Can you say a little bit more about that, and how has it been accepted? What sort of holes did you have to put in your carbon tax in things like agriculture or whatever to make it acceptable? And how do you keep it from landing very heavily on rural communities, which is one of the real political challenges?
Yeah, we like to call it a carbon price rather than a tax, and that's in part because, as I mentioned, the revenues are returned to households. It's a rather complex setup because some provinces were already implementing carbon pricing, British Columbia and Quebec in particular. So we had to knit together a national system with benchmarks and a certain kind of ability for provinces to choose whether they wanted a federal system or to pursue their own system. It has a price that rises over time. So there's a clear trajectory up to $170. It's currently at $50, and that provides predictability for business. In terms of acceptability, I think the thing to know is that the business community, not all of the business community, and you mentioned the challenge of agriculture, that they like carbon pricing better than regulation for the reasons I mentioned earlier. It provides them choices. So they don't always come out and say it, but they want that carbon price to stay in place, to the point where in our recent federal budget we announced that we would be putting into place contracts for difference, which is a way of basically guaranteeing to businesses that that carbon price will stay in place in a future government. If they chose to remove it, companies still get that guaranteed payment for their carbon reductions. So business like that approach. Our Business Council of Canada, for example, very clear, they support this as a mechanism. The trick is, I think, and I wouldn't say that we've solved this, is where there are businesses which are paying that tax and they don't have an alternative, and sometimes in the agriculture area, grain drying, for example, sometimes that is a challenge. You really do have to be sure that as governments you work with those sectors to partner with incentives and other programs for technological innovation that provides them with an alternative to not just pay the tax, but to actually make those emission reductions, save that tax, and get to the outcome that we want. Because at the end of the day, you don't want businesses to pay the carbon tax or price or whatever you want to call it. You want them to reduce the emissions, right? It just provides a flexibility is what it does. A flexibility around timing, provides for trading around offsets and all of that. But at the end of the day, you want the innovation that's going to enable those emissions to come down. And that's how I see it, as a driver of innovation.
Any other questions? Okay, I think any last minute, right here. Can we have one more? Time for one more? Yeah. He's standing up.
You have said that Mexico is involved too, but all the examples have been in Canada and the United States. So I would like to know if Mexico is participating in working towards those goals too.
Thank you for asking that. Failure on my part, especially given my strong links with Mexico and the fact that Rachel's here on stage, which is all about the trilateral effort. We had the North American Leaders Summit recently, and climate change was certainly, again, as it has been in previous North American Leaders Summits, a strong focus. I did briefly mention around supply chains for electric vehicles. That's, I think, an exciting area of trilateral work where Canada, Mexico, and the United States are committed to creating a competitive industry here in North America that can diversify those supply chains that are right now far too dependent on China. So that's a very important goal for energy security in this energy transition, to have those supply chains be diversified and be seeing those critical minerals developed, processed, and transformed into batteries in North America with our high standards around mining and processing. So that's an important area of trilateral work. I mean, another one I'd love to mention in this context of adaptation is ecological corridors. You know, as butterflies, for sure, but butterflies, at least they can fly, so they have that opportunity to migrate, you know, north, south, Canada, Mexico. But what about those species that need to move usually north because the climate is warming? If they don't have an ecological corridor that they can move in, they have a reduced possibility to adapt. And so there is trilateral work on ecological corridors, which I think is a great example of North American collaboration. Maybe one final thing I'll say on this, and I'll try not to go on and on, but there's so much trilateral or collaboration across borders in North America that's been in place so long that we tend to almost not see it, but it's great models for the globe. Like, think about cross-border water management, where we have institutionality, Canada-US border, Mexico-US. Management of cross-border water is going to be critical in a climate future where water is a scarcer resource. So I think we have some great models in North America around collaboration on the challenges of adaptation to climate change.
Well, thank you, Ms. Fuller, for joining us today and sharing a little bit about the report and about what's happening in Canada and the 3 greatest countries in the world.
Thank you, Rachel.
Well, as you can tell, if anyone is referencing this document right here, these were surprise last-minute additions to the program. If you go on your phone, you'll get the most updated agenda. But to Sid's credit, he thought that having Patricia and Rachel's perspective was really, really important. So thank you again, Patricia, for making the time, and Rachel for moderating that lovely discussion. And thank you, Sid, for seeing the benefit of having the perspective from another country. I think that's really important. Just a quick plug, ipcc.ch is the website. You can go check out the 6th synthesis report there. It's a really important document. So if you have not already done so, make sure to bookmark that. And one other little quick note on the question about Mexico. There's actually a whole Latin American track happening at EarthX over multiple days. And they're actually having a whole nother conference right now over in the Briscoe building where some of these topics are actually being covered. It'd be great to have them all in one room. Unfortunately, we always have, too much to talk about, too little time. So just know that those topics are being covered here at EarthX as well, and hopefully we can all get together tonight and talk about it with our Mexican colleagues. All right, moving on. Just for my next set of speakers, this is going to be a really good one. Here is your little slide advancer device. Green button, point over there, it will advance the slides. Don't point at this thing right here. AV guys say point. There's Corey. Hi, Corey. How you doing? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mitch Wolf, who is a MD, also has his Master's of Public Health, and I'm going to leave it to Mitch to introduce the 3 speakers. But climate change and health, these two are linked very closely together. You can't talk about one now without talking about the other. There's so many connections. And this is going to be a really great panel. I'm really looking forward to it. So a little bit more about Mitch. He is a public health physician who has worked for nearly 25 years with the Centers for Disease Control, including 10 years in Southeast Asia, as the CDC representative to Congress and the White House. And most recently, he was the Center for Disease Control Chief Medical Officer. He is now a private consultant and a member of the EarthX Science Technical Advisory Group. So if you ever hear the acronym STAG, it's not about some weird bachelor thing. This is actually about Sid's group that he has a bunch of the experts, including some that are speaking today, that are help advising EarthX on these important topics. He's going to introduce the 3 speakers, and they're going to touch on climate impacts on environmental stressors in health, infectious diseases, and also how humans can have the ability to just stay safe and secure. So Mitch, without further ado, can you come on up, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really excited to be moderating this session because of the importance of health and climate change. And you've heard a little bit about it today, and you're going to hear more from experts in the field. So I don't want to talk too long, but just to say that we need to be stepping up now to save lives in the short term and the long term. And there are things that we can be doing in the short term and the long term. And you're going to be hearing some of those and how it affects human health and also human security. So we have 3 speakers, and then we'll have time for questions and answer. And I'll go right to the first speaker. We have Dr. Pat Bricey, and Dr. Bricey is an international expert with more than 40 years of extensive academic and governmental leadership experience, conducting health studies and leading nationwide efforts to address the most pressing environmental health issues of our time. He's been involved in important responses such as the Flint water crisis, responding to hurricanes, wildfires, and other natural disasters. He also led the development of the first CDC-wide climate and health framework. Dr. Bricey is a PhD, has master's and PhD degrees in environmental and occupational health from Johns Hopkins University. So please join me in welcoming Pat.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, and I want to thank the planners to give me this opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm going to speak for a little bit on the aspects associated with climate change and health. And we're going to focus on health because oftentimes, at least from my perspective, the discussion about climate change often focuses on aspects of the carbon economy, of decarbonizing, of carbon sequestration, of ecosystems effects. And health isn't always mentioned as much as you'd like it to be. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that now. So this slide is an animation that the CDC produced as part of their climate and health program that talks about how things like increasing CO2, rising sea levels, extreme weather, rising temperature can all impact a whole host of things that can produce exposures to people in terms of air pollution, allergens, impacts on food and water supply, the changes in the heat that can lead to a whole host of health effects you see on the outside of this. Those health effects are ultimately what we'd like to talk about. How do we minimize that? And part of one of the most important points I'd like to make is that one of the biggest contributors to addressing those issues are state and local health departments, which often aren't part of the discussion on climate and health. And when you talk to the local and state health departments, they tell you they're woefully prepared in terms of staff and knowledge and skills and resources to participate and to address climate and health problems going forward. So I can't talk about everything on this slide. That would take too long. But I want to focus on a few aspects, and some of them we've already heard about, and there's a reason why we keep talking about the same things, is because they're the most pressing things that we have in front of us. The first thing I'd like to mention is, I broke the first rule, I forgot to point the projector over that way, is extreme heat. So we already heard a little bit about this already today. So it's one of the most prominent, most obvious effects of climate change today, especially as we're heading into the summer months, as we see it. As we head into the summer months, we'll see it even more and more going forward. So we know, although the data aren't great, that there are many thousands of hospitalizations and deaths every year due to extreme heat events across this country. And they're going to only get worse, they're only going to grow. So increased heat and humidity can lead to more frequent heat waves. It can result in a whole host of issues associated with dehydration, heat stroke, and also modifying other disease risks that we heard this morning. So there's a number of vulnerable populations we have to worry about. Oftentimes workers are not focused on this, but we have to understand that outdoor workers are at great risk. Athletes, especially young children, athletes working outside are at risk. People in cities where we have the urban heat island, where we already talked about mentioning that this morning. There's people also within urban heat environments without air conditioning. Some studies we did earlier in my academic career show that inside a home during a heat event, the temperature can be 10 to 20 degrees hotter than it is outside. And so as bad as it might be when you think about the ambient temperature is, think of what it might mean for somebody who doesn't have access to air conditioning and lives in a home where they can't get it into a cool environment. So these are old people, these are people with chronic diseases, oftentimes these are pregnant women, older adults, and young children as well. So as bad as the problem is now, this is a graph I love to use. These are data that we put together at CDC. It's on the CDC's public health tracking portal. and the data come from NOAA, where we can see the projected number of annual extreme heat days over the next 50 years. So I'll let it run through a few cycles. So you see as temperature, that red bit, which is the most extreme heat days, is just growing over the next 60 years. So we have a bad problem today, and the problem's only going to get worse. And so I'll also mention that we're trying to understand more about how we project what it means to have an extreme heat in Seattle, like I did, knows that extreme heat day in Seattle is not the same thing to a person who lives in Atlanta, where I worked most recently. So I'm happy to say we're also working with NOAA to come up with a regionally specific extreme heat warning system so we can better predict who is at risk from extreme heat as we look at our developing programs and plans to address it. So fortunately, there's a lot that can be done. Cities and health departments can develop extreme heat response plans that include heat alert systems, including changes to the warning system I just mentioned about making extreme heat warning thresholds relevant to specific regions of the country. We can make sure that we understand where those vulnerable populations are so we can reach out to them during these events. We can have systematic ways to develop cooling centers. If you can't move the people, if you can't bring people cooling in their home, you bring them to a cooling center going forward. There's a lot of work across the country on this, trying to figure out the most optimal way to develop cooling centers, make sure that people have access to them, they know where they are, and they can get to them, and encouraging people to stay cool. So there's a lot that could be done to minimize the health effects of extreme heat, and we have to start addressing this now because, as we saw, it's only going to get worse as we move into the future. Now, I think another important aspect of this is air pollution. Now, there's many dimensions to this. Right, so one of them is obviously wildfires. But we also know as temperatures get hotter that the chemistry that's driven by the sunlight and UV radiation in the air is going to produce more photochemical pollution in cities going forward as well. So we have the normal air pollution that's going to get worse, as well as the air pollution driven by wildfires. We know that extreme temperature is causing the pollen season to lengthen. We see that plants are producing more pollen, and we're seeing that pollen is more allergenic. That's affecting allergic diseases and asthma. There's a whole host of people that are susceptible to air pollution. We're learning more and more about the health effects of air pollution every day. And as we learn more, the health thresholds for air pollution get lower and lower. And so we have to be very careful about how we protect people. And again, the similar people that are most vulnerable, these are people who have existing conditions such as chronic lung diseases or cardiovascular disease going forward. So wildfire smoke is a particular concern. How many people here have been in a community impacted by wildfire smoke recently? Almost everybody raised their hand. So the picture on the right-hand side of this graph, I want to make sure I have my orientation right, is a picture my son took in Yakima, Washington, midday, and you see that ridge in the foreground? There's mountains in the background that you can't see. And this was when the wildfires were in British Columbia at the time. So not only we're seeing people impacted by wildfires close to the fire, but we're seeing air pollution impacts in communities that are hundreds, maybe thousands of kilometers away. So we're creating a national air pollution system by the wildfires going forward. And as wildfires burn longer, they get more intense. This is only going to grow. It's only going to get worse. And protecting people from wildfires is a big challenge today. But fortunately, there's a lot that can still be done. We can have the air quality monitoring, the air quality index can be used as an alert system to tell people when to stay indoors, but I'll talk about that in a minute. We know that when things are worse, staying indoors is helpful, but only to a degree. There's a mitigation that's produced by staying indoors, but sometimes the air pollution outside can be so high that even staying indoors is not protective. So situations like that, we need to make sure people put filtration systems indoors so they don't exist. And what we learned from the COVID experience that people can use N95 masks. So lots of situations where you can only protect yourself using N95, particularly N95 mask, particularly as you have to evacuate because you can't get protective air quality levels by staying in your home. So this is something that's already mentioned, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But this is a graph produced by NOAA, and in 2021 there were 20 extreme weather events that had economic impacts of over $1 billion each. And there are many health effects associated with this wide spectrum of events. So a hurricane can kill a lot of people, can flood, but there's a huge tail of health effects after a hurricane associated with the cleanup. And the mold that's there, the contaminated water that's left behind, and the whole host of issues associated with that, just as one example. So we have to worry about not only the event itself, but what it takes to clean up after the event and the health effects that can occur for many, many months afterwards. In places where there's wildfires, that the ground cover gets removed, the rains produce polluted water systems now that pollute drinking water systems across the country. So there's many dimensions of this problem that have a huge indirect health effect, in addition to the direct health effect associated maybe with dying during the event. Lastly, I want to mention mental health. It's often not a part of the dimension of discussion that's well considered going forward, but there's a lot of stressors associated with living in the world today that are affecting people drastically. There's a recent article I read about interviewing young people who don't want to have children, and the principal reason why they say they don't want to have children is because they're worried about climate change and the history and the future of our planet. That's a tremendous sort of anxiety. If you're so anxious about the future that you don't want to reproduce, that says something really scary today. And there's many issues associated with stress and depression and anxiety that can impact the health and well-being of the population. And we don't have a good handle on this, and we need to focus more on it. So there's a lot we can do. So we're here today, and I encourage you all to help continue this discussion. We need to educate the public not only about the impacts of climate change in terms of ecosystem effects, in terms of how much carbon we produce and how to reduce your carbon footprint, but also about the health effects that are happening today. And when you interview people, most people will say in this country that climate change is real and climate change is important. But when you ask them, less than 50% of people will say it affects them personally. I would argue that climate change affects everybody personally, and the health of everybody personally in this country. And we need to make people realize that, so that'll drive the action. We want to make sure we have enhanced monitoring and early warning systems. We want to make sure that we talk to stakeholders about the importance of this going forward. We talk to businesses about the impact of extreme heat events, about extreme weather events, and the interaction of the two. There was a situation last year where there was a power outage in Ohio at the same time as an extreme heat event. And now you had huge numbers of people who no longer could air condition their homes, even if they had access to it. So it would just magnify the problem. And we want to make sure we continue to do research so we understand what the health impacts are. And as we develop these adaptation plans to address the health effects, we understand how effective they are and how to improve them. So we need climate-resilient communities that focus not just on the ecological damages, but also the health effects. We want to make sure we build these public and private partnerships that can be effective at addressing these issues. We need to create a climate-ready workforce. Like I said, health departments are not prepared to take these on, and we need to build that into our planning. We want to realize that improvements from reducing greenhouse gases emissions can improve health, and we need to be innovative. So I want to leave you with a few things as I wrap up. So climate change is happening, and it's affecting our health today. Climate impacts are only going to get worse in terms of our health, but there's a lot we can do to reduce the impact of climate changes that are happening already today. And we need to go out, we need to make sure we're committed to making those things happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And after the three speakers go, we'll have some time for questions and answers. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Janet Robinson. I met her when I was living in Vietnam and she was working in Thailand. She's a specialist in infectious diseases, health security, clinical, laboratory, and health system strengthening, quality assurance, and regulatory issues. She's currently serving as FHI 360's Director of Emerging Infectious Diseases and Health Security, and has a global portfolio working in Asia, Africa, and South America, and has focused on working with governments and academic institutions and NGOs in resource-constrained settings on capacity building for emerging infectious diseases and health security. So please join me in welcoming Janet.
Thank you, Mitch. And so happy Earth Day to everyone. I'm pleased to be here. And so what I'm going to be talking about is I'm going to hopefully give you some information to help you understand another link between climate and health, particularly relating to infectious diseases. So I'm going to talk about how climate change is causing an increase in infectious diseases and also an increase in antimicrobial resistance. And it's the latter that a lot of people aren't aware of. I'm going to talk through what is antimicrobial resistance. I'll then show the links between climate change and how it's leading to these changes in infectious diseases, and then hopefully give you some ideas about some of the solutions. So what is antibiotic resistance, antimicrobial resistance? It's when bacteria are able to survive when we give patients antibiotics. So this is something that can happen naturally over time as bacteria develop this resistance. So this is really a big challenge because, you know, if we don't have effective antibiotics, then people are not going to be able to be cured from diseases. If we try and, I know some of the talks earlier today, we talked about some of the economic impacts of climate change. And just to give you some of the statistics from just infectious diseases alone, even prior to the pandemic, the cost of infectious diseases was thought to be staggering, if not catastrophic. But then when we see with the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, they're now estimating that that could cost the world up to and over $25 trillion. And that doesn't count for the substantial human loss that we see with people's lives being lost and people suffering. If you just look at the cost of antimicrobial resistance, how much does not being able to treat infections or having to give people more expensive antibiotics cost us? And so there's been some estimates saying that if we don't prevent antimicrobial resistance, by 2050, we could have up to 10 million deaths each year, and there could be a cost of over $100 billion. So both infectious diseases and antimicrobial resistance is already causing a huge economic and social cost to the world. So now I want to try and link those increases in infectious diseases, increases in antimicrobial resistance to climate change. And there are some very clear links that are starting to emerge. So climate change, I mean, I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, causes tremendous visible disruptions. You know, we see a lot of migration where people try to move away from where those climate events happen. You know, it could be that they have to go away from floods, they have to move into areas that are not affected. So we see a lot of migration. In the extreme weather events, we see a lot of fires causing substantial damage. Deforestation is a clearly linked way to show that if we remove the forests, we are contributing to climate change, and with the links with this, we're seeing the habitat destruction, which is causing more people to migrate. Rising sea levels, and this is something I'm going to talk about a bit later on, because this has been linked to a sort of a Pandora's box of release of pathogens, which really is something that people haven't really talked about before. So where is the link from climate change with these weather events, with these increased temperatures? How is this leading to an increase in infectious diseases and resistant bacteria? So what the scientists are starting to be able to show is that with increased temperatures, we have observed that both bacteria and viruses can become more resistant to therapeutics and more able to survive. So if we think about it, what is the body's first line of defense against infection? You get a fever. So if bacteria and viruses are naturally exposed to higher temperatures, then your first line of defense is going to be less like a first line of defense. And so this is what we're starting to observe. And with the increasing temperatures, we're seeing the melting permafrost and bacteria that have been frozen for thousands of years in this permafrost are now starting to be released into the seas and the waterways. We're also seeing that with increased population migration, we're getting greater density of people living closer together. So obviously that's a very obvious way for infectious diseases to spread when people are living in overcrowded situations. And this can also happen with what they call climate refugees, who perhaps move to get away from the climate crisis, but then are in camps which can be overcrowded and can help to spread infectious diseases. When there are extreme water events that can lead to flooding, that can also lead, as someone pointed out earlier, with contamination of our water supplies, and can also lead to some of the waterborne enteric infectious diseases. So pollution, and this is something that people are only just recognizing, pollution, particularly with heavy metals or with fertilizers which contain high levels of nitrogen, can actually accelerate the development of resistance to antibiotics and other therapeutics. The mechanism for how this happens is still not really well understood, but certainly pollution, use of a lot of fertilizers is promoting antibiotic resistance. I mentioned about the melting glaciers and how this is allowing bacteria that have been frozen for thousands of years to be released. There's actually been some studies done recently that have looked at some of the bacteria that have been found in some of the melting ice off Serbia, and there's been natural resistance to antibiotics that these bacteria haven't even experienced before, so it's very concerning. Also, if we are releasing bacteria into the sea, that's bacteria that could then metabolize carbon and lead to increased greenhouse gases, so actually contribute to the problem. I've mentioned this already. So increasing temperatures, we also see an increase in changes in vector-borne diseases. In many countries now, we're seeing dengue outbreaks for the first time. Typically, dengue, which was a mosquito-borne disease, was only observed in the warmer climates, and now with the temperatures rising in the north and the extreme south, we're seeing the incidence of dengue and other vector-borne diseases being places where it had never been seen before. This is an interesting graph. I'm sorry, the colours haven't come across very well, but it's looking at the levels of antibiotic resistance in Europe and Northern Europe and the temperature. And you can see the changes between the two charts, which differences between 2000 and 2016. And the hotter the countries became, the higher the incidence of antibiotic resistance. Again, this is something that's not fully understood. There's thought to be horizontal gene transfer, which is facilitated in warmer temperatures. This is another area where there needs to be more research. So I'll go into that one. So what can we do about it? We've all here trying to learn how we can adapt to climate change and how we can be part of solutions. But some of the practical things that we can do to try and help disrupt this trend that we're seeing. So try and limit crowding of people to reduce spread. We all saw that was one of the fundamental prevention measures with COVID. Take steps to prevent people from spreading diseases to each other. Very simple. Implement measures to better manage floods, so when we do have those water events, then there's less likely to be damage to roads and less likely to be damages to our sewage and our water systems. So I'll let you read them for yourselves, but there's so many things that we can do, increasing public knowledge, making climate action paramount in all of our discussions with both the people we work with, but also with policymakers and advocates. And also to be able to collect more information and research so we understand all of the ways that climate change is causing an impact on health. And people are now coining the phrase climate smart healthcare. So I hope I've given you some information to help you realize that climate change is impacting health. It is causing an increase in infectious diseases. It is causing antibiotic resistance. If we don't do something about it, then this is something that we are not going to be able to treat health issues or some health issues in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. That was great. And I just want to highlight one thing that she covered, which is as you get climate change and you have movement of the habitat of animals, including insects, and humans, you have more interaction of animals and humans, and that's a big risk for new diseases and the next pandemic. So it's something that we really need to take action on. Okay, our last speaker I'm very excited to introduce is Mr. Gary Jacobs. Gary is the president and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science and executive chairman of HS4A, or Health Security for All, a global campaign on human security launched by the UN Trust Fund for Human Security and the World Academy of Art and Science earlier this year. He's an author, a researcher, and a consultant on business, economy, education, leadership, multilateralism, and sustainable development, peace and security. And I am really excited for everyone to hear a little bit about what's happening in human security. So please join me in welcoming Gary.
Thank you, Mitch, and good morning to all of you who have been very patiently listening through several very interesting presentations since we got here this morning. A few words about the organization I represent, just to explain why I'm here. The Academy was founded World Academy of Art and Science was founded in 1960 by very eminent scientists and intellectuals who were concerned about the role of science and technology and human activity on global society. At that time, among our founders were those who could be responsible and feel responsible for the invention of nuclear weapons. Albert Einstein, who wrote to President Roosevelt urging him to develop it, Robert Oppenheimer, who was the head of the Manhattan Project, who actually developed the first ones, and others. But all of them had one thing in common. Having seen the impact of science and technology and what we call modernization and development, they realized the tremendous responsibility that we have to be sure that the knowledge, the technology, and the power that are created are going to be used for the benefit of humanity and not to threaten it. I don't know if you've ever thought about it, but you know, among the million, thousands, or hundreds of thousands of movies that have come out of Hollywood, it's hard to think of a single example of movies in which all of humanity works together on anything, except, we have a few exceptions there, you can think of your own, is when there's an alien invasion. That's about the only thing that brings us all together. I've listened with great interest to the presentations this morning and the detail not only of the problems, but with relief that there are remedies for these problems, and I firmly believe that's true. But this problem is a little unique, because it doesn't matter how much we do here in North America to address the climate problem. Just like it didn't matter how much we did on COVID pandemic. This is a global problem. The climate, no more than the microbes, respects national boundaries or class boundaries either. It's global, and we're all in this together. And so it's not enough. It's great and very important that we develop here pioneering examples, technology, laws, collaboration agreements and arrangements at the national and regional level. But unless we succeed in doing this globally, we're not going to get out of this problem. We're not going to address this challenge. And that's really the issue that the World Academy has taken up in collaboration with the United Nations Trust Fund on Human Security. How do we act, maybe for the first time in history, how do we really act coherently, constructively together to address a problem of monumental challenge, but also, if we can do it, a monumental opportunity. And I say that it's a monumental opportunity not only because it's going to teach us that we have to do things differently and we have to learn how to live on this planet in a way that's not going to destroy our very habitat in the process. We're going to have to live in a sustainable way. We're going to have to live together. And we're going to have to work together and collaborate at the global level in ways we have never succeeded in doing today. We're getting there. We're much further along today than we have ever been in history. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals that 193 countries adopted in 2015 is an example of that. But we still have a long way to go from formulating common goals to actually putting in place the common action that's necessary to achieve them. So I'm only going to take a few minutes, and out of those few minutes, I'd like to take 90 seconds to tell you something about the global campaign on human security for all. If I could get some help from the projector, I'd like to show you a 90-second video. I don't know where I'm advancing with what. Which is next? No? Yeah. Okay, well, when you get to it, let me know, and you can stop me at any point. Meanwhile, I'll use up the night. Yeah, okay. Human security is a comprehensive concept developed by the UN 25 years ago to look at our planet and our society from the point of view of human beings, of each human being. You know, on our academy, just until recently, we had, no? You can start it when you start it and interrupt me if you can. Okay, now we got it. Environmental changes threaten our food supply, impact our health and well-being, limit our livelihoods, and harm our communities. But it's not too late for us to take action. The security of every human being on Earth depends on ensuring a safe and stable environment for all. From urban planning to sustainable agriculture, we can create resilient communities that address the interconnected challenges stemming from environmental changes. Innovation and collaboration are key to solving environmental threats and ensuring food security. Across the globe, people are working together to restore ecosystems, reduce emissions, and conserve resources. We all have a role to play in protecting our planet and fostering a more sustainable future. From reducing waste to supporting renewable energy, every action counts. Today, let's pledge to take action and work together for a secure and brighter future. Visit humansecurity.org to learn more and share your story by using hashtag humansecurity.org. Thank you. So in a few minutes left, because I know you're eager to ask questions to the panelists and get some active involvement. I'd just like to illustrate some of the things that we're trying to do with this campaign that are very consistent with the ideas and the initiatives that we heard about from the first thing in the morning in the session that Amanda Ellis was with Janie we're starting off. Our goal is, how do we mobilize global society? You know, we've got a lot of scientists in the room, we've got a lot of political leaders, administrators in the room, but this is not a problem that's going to be solved just by the constituencies. We've got to involve global society. I grew up in my college days in California. That was during the 60s, long time ago, when the environmental movement was just in its infancy. And the environmental movement didn't start because of the research being done in laboratories. It didn't start because of the concern of lawmakers. It started because of communities that had faced not only air pollution, but all types of pollution and all types of problems, and said we must do something about this. So the challenge before us, this is a problem that's so ubiquitous, where every human being can either contribute to the problem or contribute to the solution. But we don't really have in place the strategies or the institutions to effectively mobilize all of global society in all the sectors of society. We started off in January of this year in an unlikely place, Las Vegas. It's not exactly where you think of coming in order to solve the problems of the world, maybe just to lose your shirt. But this was the annual conference, annual expo called Consumer Electronics Show. 120,000 members, business leaders and technologists from consumer electronics from all over the world, about 40% of them from the rest of the world, the rest from North America, including the biggest companies in the world, all the biggest corporations you can think of in the world, including a recent addition to the consumer electronic, Tesla, because now they're part of consumer electronics as well, and John Deere, which you wouldn't really think of because they produce agricultural equipment. And for the first time in 50 years, CES gave a theme to this show, and that was human security for all. And they showed a video in the first 5 minutes of the keynote address by the president to the key members of the industry. It's very similar to this one, except it was a direct message to companies, leading technology companies in the world, as to what was their responsibility for addressing the challenges we face. But as you know, telling business people that they have responsibility for all their problems is not a great motivator, and you're not likely to be re-elected as the head of their association for telling them that. But the other message he gave was, this is the greatest opportunity that business and technology has ever faced before. Because in fact, all the real business growth and development in the world comes from tapping the opportunities, meeting the needs, and overcoming the challenges. And we were really amazed by the extent to which members of the industry, top companies and much smaller, responded to this call and said, yes, we're in on this. This is our responsibility, this is our opportunity, and we're going to work to make it possible. And we were even more surprised when 30 days after CES was over, that the president and top executives of the organization spoke to us on the phone, and my colleague Walt Stinson there, who was really the responsible person for bringing us together. He's from the industry, he's a business leader, but he's also a leader in our organization. They said, we want to do more. How can we work together for the next 1 year to prepare for the next CES show, so our members not only come and learn of an idea, but learn what they can do, and to reward and recognize those who are doing it well. So in a few minutes, I just want to summarize what's a big topic here. Now we're with the environmental group, we were with the interfaith groups, the religious groups, we were with a network of more than 500 universities last month, talking about not what the special technology people in environment or in chemistry and air quality can do, what every academic discipline can do, what the artists can do, what the musicians can do, what the historians can do, what the political scientists can do in terms of the human rights and the rights and responsibilities. We had 120 speakers on at least 25 different academic disciplines, from the basic sciences to the humanities and culture, saying about every discipline has a responsibility. Every career has a responsibility. We got to understand this. If the youth don't understand this problem, how are they going to be part of the solution instead of the problem? And what can they do not only to solve the problem for themselves, but to help solve it for the rest of the world? One of the questions I wanted to ask Amanda in the opening session, we didn't have time, is what about the parliamentarians? What about the members of our government who have to make all these laws? How are they going to understand not only the problem, but the solutions? And we heard some wonderful solutions today as to things that are being done here. But this means parliamentarians all over the world. And Amanda is heading an initiative with the Global Futures Lab at Arizona State University, where they're training parliamentarians from 170 countries around the world on what they need to know about climate change so they can make decisions that will impact at the global level, at the national level, and at the local level. So education's going to be a critical part of this. When the UN asked us to start this campaign, they said, we want to reach the global public. The global public doesn't just talk to the scientist or the environmentalist. We have to talk to business. We have to talk to religious groups. We have to talk to the artists, to the filmmakers who are talking about foreign alien invasions can do a lot more to talk us about how we stop creating an invasion on our own planet and turn it around. We need the help of every participant in every sector of the global society. That's education at the public level. We need it in our schools. We need it in our colleges. We need it for people in every discipline, in every field. We need it for business. And we had wonderful sessions in our conference last month about how business education has to change, how technology education has to change. So everybody who's being taught, whether it's in artificial intelligence or solar energy or anything else, understands the impact of technology on the world we live in and how we can turn that from a problem into a solution. So I'll stop there because time is short and we need to have time for questions and interactions. But I think that's the message that we'd like you to carry from this session and from this wonderful event, EarthX, that there's something we can all do. And every network, every sector, every part of this global society can do to address this problem. Our speakers have shown there are solutions. The question is, how do we get engaged? How do we get people engaged all over the world in addressing them? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary. I want to thank all of our speakers. And do we have a couple of minutes for some questions from the audience? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, and sorry for being late. I was doing EarthX TV. Just wonderful. Thank you so much, Gary. I wanted to add a couple of words about the training with the Interparliamentary Union. And one of the questions I was asked at EarthX TV was, well, what's really happening at the global level? It's so unwieldy. And of course, the United Nations Framework Climate Change Convention this year has the 5-year global stocktake. So every single one of the 196 parties is having to say, well, this is how we did. Like, we made commitments back in 2015, and then, of course, with COVID, there's been a time lag. So how are we doing? This is a really critical year for action. And Gary, thank you for framing it so brilliantly. This is a big opportunity. So parliamentarians and legislators need to be translating these commitments down into national legislation, into local legislation, so that business and civil society are really able to harness this opportunity. And it is wonderful to see this from a gloom and doom scenario where we're all panicking and freaking out about the climate crisis and thinking, well, what can we do? To knowing that, in fact, human ingenuity has discovered all of these brilliant solutions to the climate crisis in terms of mitigation and in terms of adaptation and resilience. So thank you, Gary, for leading the Human Security Initiative, and thank you to Walt for the incredible work that you are doing with the consumer electronics industry and high tech. It's just so exciting. We at the Julianne Wrigley Futures Lab talk about our solutions being grounded in indigenous wisdoms and the systems that Janie talked about today that NOAA is leveraging, but also taking advantage of the amazing innovations in high tech and human ingenuity. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and some of the biggest effects that you touched on have to do with health. And it seems like this is really complicated because it cuts both ways. For example, one of the most effective things you can do as an individual to reduce your carbon footprint is to move from a rural area to an urban area. Okay, on the other hand, that's not the greatest things from the point of view of health, depending on how crowded it is and the sort of health services support. If you're worried about transmission of new viruses, the thing you're really worried about is people that are living near the jungle, probably, where there's a lot of cross, potential viral infection from animal-borne things. So how do you, on net, what is the right plan here? Should we encourage urbanization or discourage urbanization?
I'm going to have a hard time answering that question. I'm not an urban planner per se, so I don't know if I'm prepared to say whether it should be encouraged or discouraged. But we do have to recognize where the problems are and what the solutions are, whether they're in a rural or urban environment. So the issues are just as strong. In rural environments, maybe not affecting as many people, but we need to understand what they are and make sure, however we encourage society to develop, we address those health effects. I don't know if you want to add.
I would say that there isn't really a straightforward or easy answer to that. I mean, we know that climate change is causing ecosystem disruption. It's causing people to move to different locations. It's causing people to be in closer contact with animals, so you can get a spread of infections from animals to humans. That's where everyone thinks that the COVID came from. It was a zoonotic transmission. I think it just making people aware of the risks and what they can do to protect themselves is probably the most effective way to go.
Okay, we have time for one last question from the audience.
Yes, thank you all for your wonderful presentations. This question is for Janet Robinson. Could you explain briefly one of the effects you referred to, horizontal gene transfer?
Yeah, so horizontal gene transfer. Sorry, I was trying not to be too scientific because we thought, there was not going to be many scientists in the audience, is when part of the gene that is associated with being able to be resistant to infection, so resistant to antibiotics, is able to be moved from one bacteria to another bacteria. The mechanism for how it happens is not really well understood. The scientists are doing more research, but certainly in elevated temperatures, we see that bacteria are much more able to transfer these genes from one to another.
Great. Well, I want to really thank the speakers for great presentations and thank the audience for your attention in this session. Please feel free to approach any of the speakers later on in the day.
All right, everybody. So thank you again. That was... I just lost there we go. Health and climate is really, really critical. So again, these folks are going to be here the rest of the day. As a communicator, I can't help when I hear stuff. I want to geek out. And Pat, I hope this is okay to mention, but we can have conversations on this topic, obviously, all day long, multiple days. But there is an event happening for those that are really interested in this topic. Next week is the second annual National Integrated Heat Health Information System. Now, it's mainly focusing on heat, but as you've heard, it's a big issue. It's April 25th, 27th. It's virtual, so you can be anywhere and participate. So for folks that are working on these topics, go to heat.gov and look under the news section, and there's a link for register for NIHHIS National. So you can participate in a 1.5-day workshop on a few different topics and keep. All right, so we're going to break. Let's see, what time is it now? It's a little bit after 11:30. So we're going to try to aim to get back here at 11:40 if we can. We've got a really important luncheon speaker, Rep. Bill Foster, and if anyone knows about congressional representatives, they run on a tight schedule. So we don't want to keep the congressman waiting. Stella, would you like me to introduce you, or are you just going to take it from here?
I'll take it.
All right. She is ready to go. So without further ado, Dr. Stella Kafka.
Hi, everyone. Happy Earth Day. I am Stella Kafka. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the American Meteorological Society, and it's actually a privilege to spend Earth Day with you here. I would like to introduce a new project that we have, the AMS Weather Band. But let me start by reminding you that the American Meteorological Society was founded in 1919 by Charles Franklin Brooks of the Blue Hill Observatory in Milton, Massachusetts. We are a professional scientific society, meaning that our members represent all aspects of the weather, water, and climate enterprise: academia, the government, the private sector, NGOs, private citizens, anyone who's interested in weather, water, and climate. This is the official seal of the AMS, and what you see here are some of the phenomena that we're studying. There are clouds here, and there's rain, and you can see, right? And there's snow, but also what you see is an outline of the American continent here. Can you see it? So, if not anything else, from the onset of our society, we aspire to serve the world outside the US's borders, and today we're truly international. The mission of the AMS is to advance the atmospheric and related sciences, technologies, applications, and services for the benefit of society. And there's some very strong and very intentional words here. Advance, to move forward in a purposeful way, to develop and improve evidence-based science. Benefit, be of service to, make an improvement of society. This word has equity, diversity, inclusion, social justice, and belonging ingrained in it. It states that anyone, anywhere, should be able to benefit from the AMS's work. So how do we do that? We have a very rich portfolio of programs and services. For example, our scientific publications include some of the most used and referenced peer-reviewed journals in the weather, water, and climate enterprise worldwide. Our conferences are venues where scientists come together to discuss scientific results and collaborate. Our formal policy statements represent the Society's official position on subjects of interest. Our education program is focusing on K-12 teachers to help them advance their teaching skills and become a leader in earth science education, and also bring all of this knowledge in the classroom. Our career services, empowering and developing the workforce of the present and the future. And we serve our community with a sense of responsibility and humility. We are here for you, for our community. So we are considered to be an independent, trusted broker of evidence-based scientific information. And actually, data show us that evidence-based scientific information is really appreciated by the public. The public seems to trust scientists, and they want to keep supporting them. This graph comes from a survey that was published in 2021 by Research America, showcasing that taxpayers support continuous funding. It's an increase from 63% 2017 to 2021, all the way to 25%. Taxpayers support continuous funding of science and scientists, even if the outcome of the research is not immediately translated to technology or any applications. People want scientists to keep producing science. So considering all this, we should expect that, we live in a very science-savvy society. Outcomes of research advances drive decision-making, and all kinds of solutions in our communities are based on scientific facts, right? Well, it's not that simple. Not surprisingly, all over the world, people learn about scientific advances from media. So these are newspapers, magazines, online forums, Facebook. This graph, social media, Twitter. This graph represents the outcome of a survey by the Pew Research Center. When citizens are asked whether they think media do a good job covering science, this is the blue part, or a bad job covering science, that's the green part, ratings in the US news media are amongst the lowest. We're down here. The outcome of the survey showcases that only half of the surveyed individuals said the media in the US do a good job with their science coverage. And actually, when asked to consider potential problems for news coverage of scientific research, the public edict was really clear. Same all over the world. The majority in the US state that limited public understanding of science is a large problem for media coverage of scientific research. This is 74% of the individual surveys saying that. And also a majority say that news media is oversimplifying or even misrepresenting research findings. And actually, Americans are really concerned by the amount of misinformation and disinformation that is floating around. Who do you trust to get information from? This is from the 2021 January National Survey Report, again by Research America, that is showcasing that a total of 79% of surveyed individuals are concerned about misinformation when it comes to climate change and related subjects. And you know, some of the cross-cutting reasons for misinformation spread is that people that simply don't know how science works. And here's another fun fact for you. When Americans are asked if they can name a living scientist, 72% of the surveyed individuals could not name a single one. Scientists themselves are not part of the American culture. We're not part of anyone's culture. Scientists seem to be some alien creatures that are somewhere and they're producing science in a very magic way. We're not members of the community. We're not part of virtual lives. We're not part of who we know to interact with. And also, here's another fun fact for you. 27% of individuals who can name a living, actually, who can name a living scientist? And no, I don't count. Well, I know. We were just introduced to some of them, right? But you know, the 27%, here's the list they came up with. Tony Fauci, number one. Are you surprised? This is a 2021 survey. But you know, this is a problem. We tend to trust and listen to people. We connect with people, not only with facts. And for that matter, facts alone don't matter. Science alone doesn't matter. As scientists and as professional societies, it's our responsibility to ensure that the outcome of research is disseminated and communicated widely in order to increase awareness, inform policies, drive innovation, and save lives, especially when it comes to this kind of phenomena. And actually, when it comes to science around different aspects of climate and weather-related events, floods, heat waves, droughts, hurricanes, landslides, wildfires, phenomena we're too familiar with in our everyday lives, it's crucial that people avoid misinformation and make informed decisions for themselves and their communities. Think about it. Weather significantly affects all aspects of our lives, including health and safety. We just heard about that. Livelihoods and economic well-being, housing infrastructure, transportation mobility, etc., etc. I can keep going. Weather-related impacts such as property damage, loss of life, and disruptions to daily life can also affect people's mental well-being, as we just heard, and social dynamics within communities. So understanding what science tells us about the impacts of weather phenomena is crucial for building resilient communities and mitigating the risk associated with extreme weather events and climate change. And if I am to quote the Nobel laureate in chemistry, 2003, Peter Ager, the need for general scientific understanding by the public has never been larger, and the penalty for scientific illiteracy never harsher. Our role, the AMS's role as a professional scientific society, is very clear. Since we are an independent, trusted source of science, it's our duty to communicate trusted scientific information with our communities. It's our duty to combat misinformation. It is our duty to make sure that citizens connect with scientists, understand the scientific method, follow advances in science. And it's actually essential that scientists listen and respond to public's concerns and educate their fellow citizens about scientific advances. It's a two-way conversation that needs to happen, and it's more urgent when those citizens don't have a scientific background. So here's one of our solutions. This is one of the ways that we share science with the public, and this is the AMS weather band, where weather is music to our ears. Yes, that's how we came up with that. So it's actually rather a community of practice that was launched in 2020 as an initiative of the American Meteorological Society dedicated to creating a community where the public can learn from and interact with professional researchers, broadcasters, educators, and innovators. Through its activity, it is sharing current science that is accessible and relatable for all those interested in weather and climate. Most importantly, it builds the necessary bridges between the public who pays for science and those who do the science, and it brings scientists into everybody's home. So how do we do that? We have webinars, think weather safety, breaking news, discussing current weather events and extreme phenomena. Our weatherband webinars provide in-depth information on a variety of weather and climate-related topics. Those webinars feature experts in the field and provide insight from those who do the research on how science is produced and how scientists work in order to interpret the results and come up with conclusions. So through those webinars, we demystify the scientific method and provide opportunities for attendees to interact with scientists live, ask questions, and learn interactively. Not only that, of course, we have all kinds of articles of all types of subjects and interests, and I'm showcasing one of my favorites, kind of a hedgehog forecast rain. Go read that, I'm not going to tell you the answer. But also, we have story maps, which are interactive maps, some of which are focusing on how weather affected crucial aspects of our history, like how the discovery of the jet stream affected World War II, or how Hurricane Amanda made landfall in northwestern Florida in May of 1863 and impacted the American Civil War. By the way, trivia for you, Amanda is the only landfalling hurricane recorded in American history in the month of May. Everything else was later. You can actually search here by either subject or continents. We have subjects for all over the world. We also feature maestros. We are high-profile returning guest authors representing a very diverse range of voices from academia, private sector, and the government. Through their contributions, they share their insights and spark additional engagement from the broader community. We also have events. They are virtual events so that they are accessible from anywhere individuals are. And also they feature some of our partners in crime. And here's the latest. This is Girls Who Chase. Storm Chasers. It's an absolutely fantastic organization. Check them out. So we had this event with them. And this year we introduced a 2-day marathon, the Jumposium, with expert speakers talking about the latest weather phenomena and really fun interactive discussions on and offline. And of course we have an online community just to keep the conversation going between webinars and events. And actually this is a way to keep our community members connected and facilitate discussions among like-minded individuals interested in a particular topic, allowing for sharing information and ideas. Those are opportunities for learning, networking, collaboration, engagement, making them a very valuable tool in the digital era for connecting individuals with shared interests and goals all over the world. So we're building a global community here of enthusiasts, and this is actually a really fantastic way of interacting offline. So imagine asking a question, being here in the US and someone from Australia responding. Is that cool? So, in short, the AMS Weather Band is a place to connect, learn, ask questions, participate in the conversation. It's a way of connecting scientists with the public, initiating discussions of various weather phenomena, and building a community of practice. Not only that, though, the Weather Band provides positive role models for our younger audiences, showcasing the diverse faces of science, what the scientists look like, and highlighting various scientific careers. This is extremely important for us as we try to actually identify different career paths for our younger members and help them actually get there. So is that all? Well, I can spend all day telling you how cool we are and all the projects that we have, but I would like to take 2 minutes and highlight another one. And this is the glossary of meteorology. We know that language is a primary tool for expression and communication. To everyday life. How language is used and our understanding of words reflect our way of thinking and our culture and connects people in unique ways. Especially when it comes to scientific language, scientific terminology, it's essential that we all have a common understanding of those terms and their implications. This is why the American Meteorological Society, starting in 1959, generated and is curating a glossary of meteorological terms. And right now it is a digital glossary. It has more than 12,000 terms related to weather, water, climate phenomena. It is being used and downloaded more than 500,000 times every year by unique users. And thanks to an army of volunteers, it's periodically updated as terms in the field evolve. So, since I am among friends, I would like to share with you that we aim to translate this glossary into Spanish. Spanish is one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations. More than 15 million US citizens report that their primary language is Spanish. 8% of the world speaks Spanish. And actually, a comprehensive glossary of Spanish meteorological terms doesn't exist for Spanish-speaking communities in the US or in the world, for that matter. This translation is not only a matter of equity, it's a matter of safety. Spanish-speaking communities are among those that are primarily impacted by severe weather in the US and actually all over the world. The lack of proper Spanish terminology and understanding of what those terms mean is a challenge for broadcast meteorologists, for educators, for researchers, for everybody who is actually in the field and speaks Spanish as a first language. This year we have initiated a pilot project for the translation. And while we're working on it, about 1,000 terms, we're learning more about what is needed to be successful with this project. It's a very, very complex project. It takes an army of individuals. And also, we are looking for partners. So if you're interested in partnering with us for this project, please talk to me a little bit later. So I would like to leave you with some final thoughts. My PhD is in astrophysics. So I am often inspired by the universe. I hope you recognize this photo. This is unquestionably one of the most admired space images ever, and it's one of my favorites. And it's called the pale blue dot. This image was first acquired by Voyager 1 about 30 years ago, and this is Cassini's version from 2013. What it shows is Saturn, the planet Saturn here. These are Saturn's rings, and this itsy-bitsy, teeny tiny dot is Earth. This is our planet. So what happened is as the spacecraft, as Cassini was approaching Saturn, at some point it turned and it took an image of the Earth. Both times that this photo was taken, it was inspired by Carl Sagan's 1994 book entitled Pale Blue Dot, A Vision of the Human Future in Space, where he writes, look again at that dot. That's here, that's us. And he goes on to describe Earth as a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. It sums up perfectly the profound perspective gained from the exploration of space, and it confronts us with a powerful recognition of who we are and where we belong in the universe. This picture is more relevant today than it's ever been. The next nearest, here's a trivia for you, the next nearest possibly habitable Earth-like planet around another star is 25 trillion miles away. So if you want to go there, start working now. There is no Earth 2.0. This is our planet. We need to protect it. And the AMS is actually here. Science is here to help come up with solutions. But you know, the ability of science to deliver on its promise of practical and timely solutions strongly depends on the receptivity of society to scientific discoveries. That receptivity depends on the public's attitude and understanding about what science is finding and how it impacts our everyday lives. So, with that, join the weather band. The AMS is a resource for you. You are the AMS, our community, our fellow citizens, our scientists, everyone. I hope you will all become a member of this bright community. And also, in honor of Earth Day, we are offering 50% off for joining the band. You can become a member of Weather Band for $14 a year. How many of you are drinking coffee? Stop drinking coffee. Join the band. So here's our webpage here, and this is the webpage for the Weather Band. Please feel free to contact us if you need more information, and we are here for you. So with that, I'm going to thank you for your attention and ask if you have any questions for me. And no, I'm not going to tell you whether hedgehog produces winters. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kafka. We have time for one question. One question. Ooh, Mr. Ajani Bakari has a question. Ajani, to you.
Thank you for that talk, ma'am. I was curious about your opinion on why Americans in particular can't name scientists, any living scientist. And I'm curious as to whether you believe that scientists' inability or refusal to add a responsibility of being effective communicators to their repertoire as a scientist, as that failure for the public to not really know who we are, what we do, and whether that's our fault as scientists instead of the public's fault to try to discover who we are.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. So for sub-question number one, oh, I thought I was here. I was going to get the... This list is long. It keeps going down, and it gets really worse from here. So these are just the countries that sort of trust information from media, but it goes further down. So it's not just the US. It's all over the world. There's a mistrust to media. And I think that, or at least the way that people are finding information online. And there is this kind of bizarre notion that, you know, if you have a belief about a scientific event, about a thing, you go do your own research, which means that you go and Google something, and then you choose whatever is in there that confirms your belief, and then we're done, right? So you've done your research. So it seems that scientists traditionally have not been out there communicating with the public to build this trust, a two-way trust. And this is something that is plaguing us right now, right? And I think that from a scientist standpoint, I think we're really scared to actually communicate our scientific jargon in layman's terms. And we're all about, it's a little bit of an arrogance on our side, right? Oh, trust me, I'm a scientist. Well, that doesn't work anymore. Okay, it hasn't worked for at least a couple of generations. So we need to be up front and center. We need to reach out people where they are. And that is why we are making very strong efforts at the AMS to make sure that we have multiple ways of getting to people. And actually, we see it from an equitable standpoint, an accessibility standpoint. Can those resources be accessible anywhere? Right? So everybody has a phone. You can join the band. You can actually access the band. And you can actually cherry pick. There's a huge archive of information in there. Did I answer your question?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So I know they don't have any other questions because everybody's on their phone trying to join the weather band right now.
Very good.
Right?
I know I'm going to join. So, all right, everyone signing up for Weatherband? Thank you,
Well,
Dr.
right
Stella
now,
Kafka.
by the way, we're going to close the door. You can't get out if you don't sign for the weather band. No, I'm just joking. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There we go. Now it's working. All right, Dr. Stella Kafka, everyone. All right, Raul, go ahead and make your way up. But as Stella's walking off stage, I just wanted to put a quick plug in. Stella, you did not mention this. The American Meteorological Society's conference. I got this. You're good. Raul, come on up. The American Meteorological Society's next conference, 2024 conference, is January 28th, February 1st in Baltimore, Maryland, which is conveniently, Congressman Foster, right up the road from D.C. I hope that we can get a great representation from folks from the D.C. world there. I attended my first AMS in Denver this past January. It was a fantastic conference. It's not just about weather, right? It's about the intersections between weather, climate, ocean. And, you know, as the saying goes, right? Climate is what you expect, weather is what you get. But as we know, the climate that we expect isn't really happening anymore. It's changing constantly. And the AMS conference has a whole host of sessions about all these topics, including a lot of the intersections of weather and climate on the topics we're talking about today. So hopefully a lot of you will be able to attend AMS 2024. All right, so hybrid too, yes. So you don't have to attend in person, although I'm a big fan of the in-person interactions. All right, so the next two speakers are going to be on a different topic, nuclear energy. And so we're going to have Dr. Raul Johnson here is going to join us. He is the president and chief scientist with Mons Incorporated. And Raul is going to talk to us a little bit about the work he's been doing in this area. And then we're going to have a quick break to grab lunch. And Congressman Foster, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to make sure to be respectful of your time. How long do we have you for, sir? Got it. I think the official start time is somewhere around 12:45, 1 o'clock. Does that work for you? All right. Okay. So don't venture too far because we want to be respectful of the congressman's time. So without further ado, Dr. Raul Johnson. Here you are, Raul.
Well, thank you, everybody. I have to correct Murph a little bit. It's muons. A muon is a fat electron, and they're going through you all the time. They're the most dominant source of radiation that you get, especially if you're a pilot. It comes from cosmic rays. Anyway, Muons Incorporated was started a long time ago to be, like 20 years ago, to design the next atom smasher, a muon collider. And so that's how the name came about. But I did say I brought two props, namely J.D. Lobo. Dr. Lobo is our senior scientist, chemist, and his mother. Lobo, she's a carioca from Brazil. And they did two things recently. One, J.D. bought a Tesla, a nice automobile, and his mother bought a Toyota Prius. And the one interesting thing about both of those companies is that they're very much into using Edwards Deming's principles of how you make a company profitable and how you operate them to make the best products. And of course, Tesla is like a decade old, but Toyota came out of the Second World War, and Edwards Deming was largely responsible for the growth of Japan and the fact that the best automobiles in the world are made in Japan and have been for many years, because they use these same principles. And the story I want to tell you about nuclear energy is, whereas these principles are used in almost every kind of industry you can imagine, and very well known to most people, the nuclear industry, the way it's run, just keeps, it's impossible to use those principles because of the way it's licensed and the way people operate these reactors. So the reactors have been done poorly in the way of actually becoming used and developed. We heard that a little bit from that movie that we saw last night, the Nuclear Now, and I believe that what that story was mostly that that essentially the population of the world has been misinformed about nuclear energy. And if you see that movie, it's quite powerful, telling you how it happened, that misinformation has been propagated to the point where people don't really understand that nuclear energy has lots of benefits. But anyway, that's my story, is essentially these continuous improvement, which is one of the Deming's principles, is just precluded by the way we do nuclear energy now in the world. So this is constantly, improve constantly and forever. It also can be read, innovate constantly and forever. Those things are not allowed the way people are doing nuclear energy. I'll say more about that now. So that's just me. There's something about the company. Muons has been working for about 20 years, but just in the last less than a decade, we've been involved in understanding that an accelerator-driven system, which means a subcritical assembly is used to make the energy, is one of the things we want to do. We were founded by scientists from national labs, and we do partnerships with lots of national laboratories and universities. This is the Nuclear Now. Had two rather important things to say about how things went wrong. One is mostly very bad propaganda from movies and misrepresentation of the news. But I want to point out two really important things that nuclear energy, of course, should be on everybody's things to do. It doesn't produce greenhouse gases at all during operation. And it's also the safest form of electricity production. I'll show you some plots. But what we want to do here is to show how to get out of those things, at least an example. Maybe there are other ones, but we have an idea of how you can get around these questions of having regulatory limitations on how you do nuclear energy. And one of the things that we are focusing on is burning spent nuclear fuel, getting rid of it and making it the cheapest way to make electricity you can, because you have the opportunity to use fuel that's not only free, but they'll pay you to take it. So that's one of those things. Anyway, I now realize I can see these things down in front. I don't have to turn my neck. And nobody told me about that. Anyway, the story goes on. This is a plot that's really quite important, and we have to get people to understand this. From top to bottom, each one of these things talk about a source of electrical energy. Coal, oil, natural gas, biomass, hydropower, wind, nuclear energy, and solar. On the right side is the greenhouse gas emissions, and you can see what happens is that if you start from coal and go down to nuclear energy and solar, these are really the ultimate in terms of minimal amount of greenhouse gas emissions. On the left side, you can see the death rate. How safe is this stuff? Namely, normalized by how much energy is produced. So you can see that the number of deaths that are involved goes down quite dramatically. And what most people who have watched movies about nuclear disasters will hardly ever believe is that nuclear energy is the safest form of producing energy as far as operating reactors. The only deaths on the nuclear energy side are effectively the firemen who went in to try to put out the fire at Chernobyl. So these are are things that we have to get to people. And one of the things that we could put in another plot like this, if you could do it in 3 dimensions or something, is the pollution, the stuff that also comes out of these other things that it's bad for you to breathe. I want to tell a little story about my, not quite Deming's principles, but here's a microscope. It's a big microscope. It's to see the smallest things in the world. Some years ago, Bill Foster, who our next speaker, and I were privileged to be involved in this great adventure along with about 2,000 of our closest friends to develop this microscope that would see the very smallest things in the world. This thing indicates a ring of magnets, superconducting magnets that are underground, and they go around in a circle with a radius of about 1 kilometer. You can see a 16-story building in the lower middle. But antiprotons had to be collected. The antimatter had to be collected, and they go around in one direction around this ring, and in the other direction you make protons. So protons and antiprotons collide, and they make new forms of matter. E equals mc squared, and they each had about 1 tera electron. Each proton, each antiproton, each had about 1 tera electron volt of energy. And these are the things that allowed us to, over the course of time, get to discover the last quark and measure its mass. The top quark was one of the great discoveries that came out of this microscope. And so Bill and I had the privilege of developing this thing, and he was very much involved in this, and so was I. And what we learned was you can do things that aren't imagined if you are unconstrained by regulations that were onerous anyway. So this plot on the left, if you like, is called luminosity, but it's effectively the power of the microscope. And this number 1 on the left, so that's a logarithmic scale. The ordinate, the abscissa is just time in a linear scale. And all these dots indicate the time, the power of the microscope as time went on. And as you can see, it went up over, from the time that we started around 1992 to 2012, and over 20 years, the power of that microscope increased by about a factor of 350. Not 350%, a factor of 350. And why did that happen? Just lots of things that got invented and developed. In fact, when we first designed this thing and got to a luminosity predicted to be a 1 on the scale, we had no idea how to make it bigger. I mean, everything that happened after that was inventions, innovations, and really hard work and perseverance. So this is our example of how you can do things if you don't have constraints that sort of lock in right when you start, how it's going to operate for the rest of its life. On the right side is Moore's law. Moore's law is the density of integrated circuits, transistors essentially over some volume. And as Moore predicted, this thing should increase with about a doubling time of about 18 months. And it's followed that over like 50 years. And nobody really understood when they started that it could be even a law, much less a prediction. And it's really quite an important observation that people can make predictions just based on some faith in the ingenuity of humans. And this is very important in all of this stuff. Now, why has it happened that nuclear energy is limited? Why do you have these things where you are sort of stuck for the lifetime of a reactor, that you can't really change things in any fundamental way? And there are two reasons. Criticality accidents, namely if you are in a situation where the number of neutrons that you produce exactly balances the number that you need in order to split the atoms and create a chain reaction. That number it means the criticality is 1, and that's the way a normal operator runs a nuclear reactor. But in fact, there's other ways to run a nuclear reactor where you can be subcritical, so you don't have that problem and that constraint. So the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is really very serious about criticality accidents like Chernobyl. That wasn't an explosion, but the things were out of control and it led to actually a water explosion that led to the disaster that Chernobyl was. The other thing that they worry about is accidental releases of radioactive isotopes, like Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island, Fukushima. These are the things that people know about, and they're widely expressed as things that they don't want to ever happen again, and so they do everything to predict it. These things can be overcome with the kind of design that we're pushing, but that's just an example. I think there might be others. But at least people have to recognize that this is why the reactors that we have are expensive. They take a long time to build. You have to study them in order to make sure that nothing bad can happen. And you have to do decades of research before you can actually get to the point of being allowed to build them, and then even more time to get them licensed for operation. There are little comments on the bottom using ChatGPT to understand how things are really limited. And you can look up in the Code of Federal Regulations 2 interesting things. One is what is a nuclear reactor? Well, it's something that's capable of continuous self-sustained operation. But in fact, we are talking about an accelerator-driven system where it's subcritical, and when you turn off the accelerator, everything stops. So we're not a nuclear reactor. So that's one thing that's sort of interesting. The other one is the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 10, that says what is allowed in the case of an accidental release of radioactivity from a reactor, and they tell you quite explicitly, based on how it would affect a population that lived around a reactor, that say 5 curies of one isotope of such and such per day is allowed by the CFR, Code of Federal Regulations. ChatGPT is affecting me too, I'm sorry. So what happens? Well, you want to go to have a reactor designed, and it takes decades, in fact, to design and certify a reactor design. The components especially, down to the nuts and bolts that hold the thing together. They have to be designed and built with so that even the parts become extremely expensive, because on all the NRC doesn't want to have anything go wrong, criticality accidents or by accidental releases. So they try very hard to make it, well, they don't try to, but they succeed to make things extremely expensive. Like there's a new reactor design called NuScale, and they've spent about $1 billion in the fees and also the studies that they had to make happen in order to make the licensing. And then, quite literally, not just figuratively, the design is cast in concrete. Namely, things are built in concrete and you can't change things anymore. So the operation has the same procedure, and they expect you to run the same way for the next 6 to 8 decades with no changes other than little tweaks. You know, I think in 50 years, a typical kind of reactor design might have been improved by 10 or 15%. That's just by operational improvements. This is a long list of things that our design does that people should know about, but it's important. But I think I just mentioned it's subcritical. We remove the online. We have online removal of the fission products so that there's not enough stuff in the reactor itself to surpass the limits in the CFR, as I just described. And we want to keep all of the things that can turn into bombs within the reactors and then never let them out. So that complete burning. So what we try to do is decouple the nuclear energy from nuclear weapons. We don't require uranium enrichment. People who know what happens in places like North Korea and Iran, the uranium enrichment is a big deal. And so we don't need that. That's good. We have no need for a dedicated reprocessing facility. Those typically have a plutonium stream that is something people can get at, and that's just bomb material right away. So people don't like dedicated reprocessing facilities, although they seem to do that in France just fine. So the bomb materials are consumed in the reactor, and we want to be able to make inexpensive nuclear energy. I think the marketplace will be most effective in making everything that you need for the real implementation of this technology. And likewise, the online neutron poison removed from the facility would be maybe the first step beyond the present design that we have that I was going to talk about, but I think I'll cut short that part of it. This design that we have is based on things that were done in the national laboratories. On the left is the spallation neutron source at Oak Ridge, and on the right was the Oak Ridge molten salt reactor experiment that showed how you can use molten salt fuel to make a reactor. So these two things are homegrown, and we're combining them in order to make something that's new and satisfies this requirement that we have a way to make the job of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission smaller. This is an idea that I was going to talk about, but that can wait. But there is also a lot of business drivers, like the need for a geologic repository. I think we don't need that because all of the stuff that takes a long time to decay, like plutonium, americium, and curium, all of those things, we burn up. So we have lifetimes, it's more like medical waste, 270 years instead of hundreds of thousands of years. And and the spent fuel that we want to use has a great potential for making money. And when we get rid of it, that's doing good too. And even carbon credits. The picture is like this. There's a proton accelerator. It beams into the middle of a reactor that's much like the one that was built in Oak Ridge, but scaled up quite a bit. And we have a heat storage, which is another thing that needs to be added. And these things are small modular devices, and we can add them for larger and larger nuclear power plants. And each of the ones that we build is next of a kind, so you save money that way too. So these are all basic ideas of the design. And this is all the stuff I just told you about. And I want to thank you very much and hope we can have time for lunch here. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Rob?
So I'm a member of the general public who doesn't know about science. This was incredibly confusing for me. So I would love to talk to you at lunch because I'm somebody worried about the nuclear disaster. I get that you said that this is a solution, but I didn't understand how. So I would love it if you wouldn't mind spending some time for me, but I'm probably 95% of your audience who's not a scientist. This is too complicated. I don't understand. So I would love to talk to you more I get there's a solution in here, but I don't know what it is. Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe I can say it a little bit more, but I'd be pleased to have lunch, and what a great opportunity, and I haven't been invited out for a date in a long time. But just to make a long story shorter, the disasters that have happened before, Chernobyl and Fukushima and so on, are not possible with the design for two reasons. One is we don't operate critically, so that just means that we can turn the whole thing off by turning off the accelerator. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is we don't release enough stuff to make the countryside uninhabitable, because in the reactor there isn't any stuff at that level anymore. We've reduced the concentration by almost a factor of 1 million by removing it constantly. Okay. Well, no, I still want lunch. Okay. Any questions? Others?
Yeah, Raul, thanks for the presentation. My name is Eric Meyer from Generation Atomic. So my question for you, one, I was going to ask if you could put that kind of schematic slide back up, just because it just went by in a blink of an eye. So I think that's probably a question for the tech folks,
Okay,
just because I wanted to get a snapshot of it. But my actual question...
I'll send anybody who wants the slides.
Okay, thank you. My actual question is more related to how the reception to this idea has been within the Department of Energy. There's been a lot of money going to, the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program and a lot of stuff being thrown around, but I haven't seen much going towards accelerator-driven systems.
Well, in the 1990s, there were several studies to see how to use a particle accelerator to actually get rid of the actinides that make lifetimes long enough to make it uncomfortable to put into a repository. So that's called the ATW, Accelerator Transmutation of Waste program. And that one sort of failed because at that time they didn't know how to make accelerators that were cheap enough and powerful enough to do this thing. And they also didn't use another trick that we use, which is to couple the spallation neutron. That's where a proton tickles a big nucleus to emit lots of neutrons. They didn't couple that so that those neutrons also were put as part of a chain reaction in a reactor. So we get an extreme multiplication of the neutrons by the process of spallation, followed by the process of a chain reaction, a subcritical one, but the neutron multiplication is huge, and that is why they didn't succeed to show how to do it. But the real issue at that time is that they didn't know how to do the particle accelerator, which has now been demonstrated for 13 years as the accelerator for the spallation neutron source at Oak Ridge.
Quick follow-up. I know accelerators are used to make medical isotopes often. The SHINE facility in Wisconsin, for example. Can you make medical isotopes with your reactor?
Yes. In fact, the stuff that we take out is all of the stuff that is lighter than the actinides. So those are all so-called fission products, and they include lots of things, and you'll be able to get them sooner. So you can use shorter-lived isotopes and study them better than the ones that have to be transmitted from taking them out of the reactor and sending them someplace. But there may be, we actually have a contract now with the Italian government to make neutrons that will be used to transmute Moly 100 into Moly 99 without using U-235, which is one of the normal ways that you make Moly 99. So we're into the fusion business too, but they're actually paying us money to provide a part of it. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. Who knows, you come to a climate adaptation conference and you get lunch with a nuclear scientist. We aim to please. Speaking of lunch, we're going to take a quick break. We have box lunches that are out there. There's lunch for everybody. We're going to give you 10 minutes to go out and grab those. Come back to your table, because then we're going to get a great luncheon speaker, Congressman Bill Foster, who's going to continue the discussion about nuclear, but from a slightly different perspective. So let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please take our seats. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If we could please resume our afternoon session, please. This will be our EarthX Science and Technology Advisory Group luncheon. And if you are a member of the Science and Technology Advisory Group, this is known as a STAG, if you could please stand up just briefly, just to recognize yourself, please. All STAG members, Please stand up. Thank you very much. This is the core group bringing rigorous science and technology to the EarthX ecosystem. So we are really honored. I have to say, I drove with Congressman Bill Foster to the UN banquet last night at Trammell's house, got to know him a little bit, and we are really honored to have Bill Congressman with us this afternoon. Bill is a scientist and a businessman, and that's very rare in the U.S. Congress. He's representing the 11th District of Illinois, a position he has held since 2013, and prior to that he was representing the 14th Congressional District in Illinois from 2008 to 2011. Please know Bill is the only PhD physicist in Congress. Very unique. Let's hear it, really. That's a very rare combination, very rare, and we're really honored. That's true. Bill serves on the House Financial Services Committee, where he advocates for consumer protections and an economy that works for everyone. He also serves on the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where he has fought for evidence-based policies and forward-thinking approaches to some of our country's most pressing issues, including climate change and energy innovation. Bill also has a very well-respected business career prior to joining Congress. At 18, with his brother, age 18, he founded Electronic Theater Controls. This is a company that has over half of the theater lighting equipment in the United States. So just think of all the theaters. Bill's company operates half of that. He also has a very esteemed career as a high-energy physicist prior to joining Congress and particle accelerator designer at Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory. And this is a really interesting fact. He was a member of the team that discovered the top quark, the heaviest known form of matter. And Bill's father was a civil rights lawyer who wrote much of the enforcement language behind the Civil Rights Act in 1964. So again, Bill, thanks so much for joining us. We understand you'll be talking about nuclear engineering, of course, and perhaps some other fascinating topics. So, Representative Bill Foster, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all for being here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Congressman George Santos. No, I'm Congressman Bill Foster. It's my honor to represent the 11th District of Illinois, which is suburban Illinois, including the picture that Raul showed of the Fermi Lab. I actually have two national laboratories in my district. Argonne National Lab, which was the first national lab that was created basically after the first nuclear chain reaction was done in downtown Chicago at the University of Chicago. People said, if we're going to continue making bigger and bigger nuclear piles, why don't we not do them in downtown Chicago? And so they set up Argonne National Lab out in what was then the countryside and is now the suburbs that I represent. And, you know, I sometimes introduce myself as saying that I represent 100% of the strategic reserve of physicists in the U.S. Congress. And you know, as you're no doubt becoming aware, I bring all of the charisma of the usual physicist to this job. But I did also promise that I would try to, in just a handful of sentences, explain what Raul was talking about in his last talk. When we're trying to come up with systems to capture the 95% of the energy that's left in spent nuclear fuel, you're in a situation like this. You've got a bunch of charred kindling, a huge pile of charred kindling, And you have to find a way, how do we get energy out of this? One thing that you can do is pile it up in a great big bonfire and light it on fire and hope it doesn't get out of control, and it's just big enough that you can keep it from getting out of control. And you can do that, but then you're going to have to convince all of the neighbors that you really understand what you're doing. And the approach that Raul, and it's actually an old approach, I don't even know who invented it, but it's something where it's sort of akin to saying, okay, instead of having a great big bonfire, we're going to just take this smaller pieces of this, piece by piece, get out a little bitsy torch, and burn it up with a torch, each piece of kindling one by one. And it means you have to have a torch, a little tiny torch, to burn the kindling one by one, but it also means if it ever starts to get out of control, you just shut off the torch and everything stops. And that's why it's intrinsically, it's not a reactor, it's not a giant bonfire that could ever get out of control. It's simply not big enough to do that. And so this allows you to extract the 95% of the energy. It means that if you have a nuclear reactor that's been operating for 40 years, say, and it's got a big pile next to it of the spent nuclear fuel, you can then for 20 times longer use that same fuel to run that same reactor for 20 times longer than you've already used it. You know, in this case, it'd be 800 years. And so that is what's known as energy security, when you have a supply sitting there for the next 800 years. And that's the promise of this approach. It was looked at in detail back in the 1990s, in the late 90s, with this accelerated transmutation of waste, and it ran afoul of a couple of difficulties. One is they didn't really have accelerators that worked that well and that efficiently. If the torch you're using to burn the kindling is a big, expensive torch, that you actually can be in a situation where you're burning more energy in the torch than you are in the kindling that you're trying to burn piece by piece. And so that's one way to lose. It also had a number of other things that just to speak more generally about nuclear energy, I come from the state of Illinois that gets more than half of its energy from nuclear power, electricity from nuclear power, and has for generations, and it just works. It is, I think someone did the calculation that each one of the nuclear reactors in Illinois during its lifetime, that the reactors, each one has saved about 1,000 human lives. And it's done that because they're coal miners who did not have to go into coal mine and get black lungs. It is because people did not have to live downwind of coal plants, where there are well-documented, health effects of living down, and a lot of environmental justice effects. If you look at where the coal plants are sited in Illinois, it's not atypical to find that they are upwind of places where they're not the wealthy, ethnically non-diverse areas. And when they shut down the coal plants, the first ones to shut down are the ones upwind of wealthy areas. And so there are good reasons why you want clean energy to replace the coal. And there's also, in addition to the roughly 1,000 lives that are saved by each nuclear plant, there's the probably much larger number that will be saved over time because they haven't put carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And this one is a tough thing to calculate. You know, probably most of those lives will be in places like Myanmar or Bangladesh, where they are very, they're very prone to flooding and very sensitive to sea level rise. And the deaths will probably be in the millions over there. But you won't be able to say that death was caused by this nuclear plant. And so I think that's ultimately a much bigger savings, but harder to talk about and not included in that estimate of about 1,000 people. But nuclear, even in Illinois, is in trouble economically. The big reason for this is that technology has basically been frozen since the late 1950s or early 60s. These boiling water reactor, pressurized water reactors, they work wonderfully for submarines, where you have, among other things, whenever you're in a ship on the ocean, you have this wonderful way to dump all the waste heat, namely the ocean right next to your thing. That's more difficult if you're near a city. So what happens is that people locate nuclear plants near rivers or lakes, and this has caused some trouble. If you look at Fukushima, Fukushima was located by the ocean so they could use the ocean, to dump heat. And that's not necessary for modern designs. The modern advanced nuclear designs they are all heat sources. and their heat source is typically at 650 degrees C. And when your heat source is that high, then you don't necessarily need to dump all the heat in water. You can just dump it into air, for example. That allows you to site these things, way far away from water, so you're not worried about spilling something into the river or into the ocean or tsunamis. So this is the other thing that's caused trouble economically with nuclear is that they have been, until recently, denied all of the subsidies that are enjoyed by other zero carbon technologies like wind and solar. And so this is just, doesn't make sense, but that's the reality of what has been done. And Raul mentioned the Oliver Stone movie Nuclear Now that we had a screening of yesterday. It's really, I think, a very well done description of all the ways that nuclear policy went off the rails in the last 30 years in this 40 years in this country. My only criticism of it is they should have interviewed Jane Fonda, who was of course famous for the China Syndrome movie, among other things, and who is now a strong supporter of nuclear energy. So they missed an opportunity to interview her. So another thing which is a little bit technical but very important is the structure of the electrical markets. That there's something very valuable that is typically not worth anything but sometimes is super important, which is your ability to have always on baseload generation capacity. And this thing, if you say you have a normal grid and then you want to add a little bit of solar or a little bit of wind to it, it actually is a pretty easy thing to do. You just throttle down your rest of your generation plants whenever the sun is shining. And that works when you're adding a small amount of variable renewable sources. But it gets harder and harder when you get above 50%. And when you get up to 70%, things really start to break. And there are two parts of the problem. There's the day-night problem, which is simply the fact that the sun doesn't shine or the wind blows less in the day versus night. And you can solve that problem with batteries. You just have batteries that you charge, and then you can also, so you can buy cheap electricity, for example, at night if the wind is blowing, or in the daytime if the sun's shining. And you can buy cheap electricity when it's cheap and then sell back expensive electricity with your battery. So you recover the cost of that battery pretty quickly. Okay, but then there's another bigger part, which is in most places in the United States and in the world, the seasonal variation of renewable energy is 2 to 1, sometimes 3 to 1. Okay, and then it gets much tougher. Because if you try to solve that with batteries, two things go wrong. The first thing is you need a battery that you charge up in the summer and discharge in the winter, or vice versa. It means your battery has to hold its charge 6 months. And at least my cell phone does not come close to that. It is there's a technological problem with long-term energy storage. And the other problem is that you only get to buy and sell the cheap and expensive electricity once a year. So it takes forever to recover the capital cost of that battery or whatever technology you're using to store the energy for 6 months. And so this is an unsolved problem to my mind. And so the only thing you can do if you really want to solve the problem with just straight wind and solar is to one of two things. You can build lots of transmission lines so that you can average over the whole world and hope that there won't be times where, the wind is not blowing in Texas, but that's all right because the wind's blowing in Iowa, and you just ship it over with power lines. And so the difficulty that you run into with that is that these power lines get used very infrequently, and who's going to pay for them? Because most of the time, there'll be decent amounts of wind in Texas and Iowa, but these power lines will be necessary to keep the air conditioners on in Texas when the wind stops blowing. And so someone's got to pay for that. And when you look at the policy debates here, eventually, if you want to put variable load, variable sources like wind and solar onto the grid, you end up needing spare capacity somewhere, whether it's unused power lines or batteries that are mostly not used or so on. And so the big debate there is who's going to pay for these batteries if it's not the ratepayer. And so this is one of the sticking points that becomes worse and worse as the fraction of renewables goes up. And this is where nuclear really shines, that it is an always-on power source, as is coal and so on. But it doesn't produce carbon. And this is Now, there's been another sort of game changer that actually came in through the solar thermal industry. And this is the technology for solar thermal, you have sun concentrators and you make something really, really hot. And what they've developed are ways to store the energy, mainly overnight, so that as the sun is shining, you heat up a big tank of, for example, molten salt. And so you get this giant tank full of molten salt, and then in the middle of the night, you take your molten salt and you use it to make steam or so on. And so by having two tanks, one of which is really hot and one of which is a little bit hot, and then shuffle it back and forth, heating it as it comes or extracting the energy as you go the other way, you have a phenomenally cost-effective energy storage scheme, at least for the day-night problem. And so what is being prototyped as part of what we funded with the recent legislation from the U.S. Congress is actually a nuclear reactor that does the same thing, has two salt storage tanks to store the heat. And then what you can do is use it to follow the day-night load in the power demand. So you have a reactor that's going all the time, transferring the heat from the cold tank to the hot tank. And then when you need it at night or not, you can adjust it. So it's what's called dispatchable. And this means that you can really take advantage of the fact that you can be making electric power all the time or thermal power all the time, and then sell it into the market when the prices are high for electricity. And so instead of getting the short end of the stick, instead of nuclear getting the short end of the stick due to the fluctuation in day-night pricing, it can now capture the economic benefits of that. And so this is one of the most exciting things that's being done and actually funded by Congress. The so-called natrium reactor, one of the advanced reactors, will now be able to capture that economic advantage, which is going to be neat. And it's pretty much a demonstrated technique for solar thermal plants. Now, that was developed, I think it was actually in Spain, the first really big successful version of this. And so another interesting thing that's been mentioned, I think, in the previous day's discussion is that all of these advanced technologies, whether you're a believer in solar thermal or advanced fission, nuclear energy, or fusion energy, or the business of using accelerator beam to incinerate the waste, all of these things, they show up as what's called process heat at about 650 degrees C. Okay, it gives you the ability to heat up something to 650 degrees centigrade, roughly. And so this has typically been talked about, well, we're going to use that to make electricity. You make steam and you make steam generators, and you can do that. But you can also do a number of other things with it. One of them is hydrogen. There are during the 1980s and 90s, a tremendous amount of work was done on what's called thermochemical production of hydrogen. And this uses the process heat to make hydrogen. So you have water coming in one end, and you heat it up to the 650 degrees C, you put it through some chemical changes, and then out the other end comes basically oxygen and hydrogen separated from the water. And you can do this in principle and in small lab experiments at 50% efficiency. So half of the thermal. So instead of having to go and make a nuclear reactor and use it to heat up steam and have the steam power a generator and a turbine, and the turbine power a generator, and then take the electricity into an electrolyzer to separate the hydrogen and the oxygen in the water, this thing directly uses the thermal energy. With roughly 50% efficiency and potentially a very low capital cost. So this is one of the technologies that has a real shot at hitting one of the Department of Energy's goal of getting $1 per kilogram of hydrogen. Now, it's a kilogram of hydrogen, you can think of it as a gallon of gasoline, similar energy content. And so the goal is $1 per kilogram of hydrogen. If you can do that, it's sort of the equivalent of $1 gasoline. And you don't have to get all the way to $1 to have a big economic success. And with hydrogen that costs even $2 a kilogram, then that opens up things like making steel instead of with coal, making it with hydrogen. And this would allow you to continue to use steel in the quantities that we use in our society, but not have the huge carbon footprint of steel production. And there's a long list of things. Fertilizer production, making ammonia directly from the heat from a reactor is great. And the nice thing about this, all of this research can take place, and you don't have to decide if you're a believer in fusion energy or advanced nuclear fission energy or solar thermal or whatever you believe in, or the accelerator-driven systems. It's almost identical. You know, the back end, the balance of plant, as they refer, is almost identical. And so the hydrogen hubs that are being set out, and there's a very active competition that is being run by the Department of Energy for hydrogen hubs around the country. I hope one of these will be based on nuclear production of hydrogen. Because once you have a central facility making a lot of hydrogen, then you can pipe it to steel plants and to plastic plants and all of the other plants that currently use fossil fuels for chemical production and use the energy of the hydrogen to make essentially the same products but without the carbon footprint. And this is one of the neater things. Anyway, I'm happy to talk about any of this or the top quark or whatever it is you want to talk about, but I'm just thank you all for being here, and I'm happy to open it up for questions.
Wow, Congressman Foster, that was really, really informative. First off, please don't leave Congress anytime soon. We need you there.
All right, that is a discussion that happens with my wife every 2 years.
Yes. Okay. Well, she definitely has veto power on the decisions here of us in the room, but we vote for you to stay in for as long as you can because we need PhD physicists in Congress. So let's get the number above 1. Everybody, work on that, okay? All right. So who has? I'm sure there's lots of questions for Congressman Foster. Here we go.
All right, thank you so much for that overview and talking about all the applications of high temperature heat. Really fun to hear. I'm curious about permitting reform. It seems like one of the biggest bottlenecks is that it's really hard to get projects approved, whether it's a mine for some of the minerals we're going to need to build anything really, or the actual energy technology, or the transmission and distribution. Just kind of your take on the status and hopes for the future with permitting reform.
Yeah, well, there are various approaches to that, and the problems are very different. A power line location is a really stubborn one. Because there's an irrational objection to having a power line in your backyard, which is, oh my God, they're going to cause cancer, and there's some of that. But the rational objection is that it's well documented to lower real estate values if you have a power line in your backyard. Okay, and that's not an irrational objection. In fact, I think it causes our country to underestimate the economic value of burying power lines. And in fact, if you look at the Google map Earth of Chicago metropolitan area or most any city, you see these scars on the suburbs and the city, which are the locations of the high voltage power transmission lines, most of which were originally built out in the countryside, where there weren't many people impacted by the ugliness of a big power line. And then, so the suburbs then grew up around them, and they sort of repelled development. And so you see these power line corridors going through really expensive suburbs and making a huge and well-documented dent in real estate. So the interesting thing from a policy point of view is the total amount of missing real estate value from these scars on the suburbs vastly exceeds the cost to bury the power line. All right? So there's this win-win deal that we somehow haven't captured. And I've had a long discussion with the Secretary of Energy about maybe somehow setting up a federally funded bond, federally guaranteed bond, where you'd sell the bonds, the proceeds would be used to bury these power lines, which is about $10 million a mile, roughly, is the cost of doing that. And then the bond would be paid off when the nearby property owners sold their property at a profit because of the absence of the power line. And so they wouldn't have to, neither the property owners nearby or anyone else would have to pay right up front to bury the power line. So you wouldn't have to hit the ratepayers who would object. If you just say, we're going to hit the ratepayers with the cost to bury the power line, then a ratepayer who's 10 miles away say, what do you mean that power line doesn't bother me? Why should I pay more? Whereas if you have a good model for who's going to get the economic benefit of burying a power line, and you defer the payment to the point that they sell their house at a profit because of the absence of that, then you may have a way to actualize this win-win, possibility. That handles power transmission once it gets into the city. But then once you get out into the countryside, it's a bigger problem because then the economics no longer work. There just aren't that many people and not that much damage to real estate value. And so you just have to say, we're just going to put this power line there, and I'm sorry to everyone who has to go look at it for the rest of it. And, it's a tough situation. And there are technologies that may make power lines somewhat cheaper. I don't want to overclaim, but I think I am the only member of Congress who's actually designed and built a 100,000 ampere superconducting power transmission line, which we did as part of magnet research back in the early 2000s, actually. And so there superconducting power transmission lines may make things more economic for long-distance power transmission. There are interesting ideas of just siting them along interstate highways. Just use the right-of-way that you have for interstate highways, though that's a very expensive place to build them compared to cutting across farm fields because you have all of the interchanges and this and that. There's a lot of buried junk in interstate highway corridors. But in terms of easing the environmental and the permitting process, it's much easier to just say, federal government already has the right-of-way here, we are going to add something. And one of the things you can do that will make the complications cheaper is robotics. That if you had, I think that if you had a next DARPA grand challenge, you remember the electric or self-driving cars were sort of bootstrapped by this grand challenge that DARPA set up of a contest to have a race for a robot or computer-driven car. Then that really drove it. And so if you had a similar contest that say, okay, I want to bury 10 miles of power lines with no humans touching anything, I think it would be a really neat thing. Because if you look at the cost drivers for big projects of burying underground junk, they're dominated by labor costs and not parts cost. So that there may be an opportunity to, to really change the equation on burying power lines. But there are limits to even burying power lines to solve the whole grid stability problem.
Great. I'm going to do one more question, but your economics of burying power lines sounds like a great Freakonomics podcast topic. So maybe we can work on that with Stephen Levitt.
Hi, this is JT Lobo. I know this is a big topic, but I just wanted to hear your personal opinion on carbon taxes, if that's a way to go or not, and what you can tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, the economist in me thinks that they're unquestionably the most efficient way to do it. Because then you just, what you do is you impose a carbon tax or a price on carbon, either a subsidy that you don't get if you emit carbon. But the politics are very tough. And one of the toughest thing about it is it's almost impossible not to have a carbon tax land very heavily in rural areas. Because, if you're living in a rural area, one of the most efficient things you can do to reduce your carbon footprint is simply move to the city, where you don't have to drive for 20 minutes to get to the convenience store and everything else. It's just where the heat leak, if you're living in an apartment building, you have the heat leak only of the 1/6 of your cube that's facing the outside. And it's just a much more efficient way to live from a carbon footprint point of view. And so that any price you put on carbon will preferentially make things harder for people who are trying to stay in rural areas. And we already have a big urban-rural political split in this country, and that will drive a carbon tax. I think one of the reasons it's become such a partisan issue is that when you actually look at the numbers, they are much harder for a rural district than an urban district. And that's one of but they're the best solution if we can find a way to make rural communities whole or find some other way at least to give the people who live there a way to proceed with their lives.
Thank you so much. Brilliant. This relates to the question that was just asked. I'm an economist too, and I'm kind of shocked that every American pays $2,500 of our taxes in subsidies to fossil fuel companies. The IMF data from 2020 showed that $5.9 trillion in direct and indirect subsidies is going to fossil fuel companies, or to fossil fuels, because there's a user subsidy component to that. And the cost of the green transition is $1 to $3 trillion. I know I've asked our congressman in Hawaii about getting rid of the subsidies, because that's perhaps easier to do than it is to put a carbon tax on, and he said, oh, Amanda, I couldn't go there. It's way too political. I wondered if you could comment on that issue.
Yes, I couldn't go there. It's way too political. No, it's a tough situation, because the situation is very different in different states, different areas within a state, and it's really rough. I represented a substantially rural area for the first 3 years that I was in Congress, and it's tough because if you grew up in a small town that's fading away, and you're watching it die before your eyes, it's a soul-crushing thing. And in rural areas, they often see, for example, universities as sources of evil. And what they really are saying after you talk to them for a while was, every year the best and brightest graduate from high school. They say they're going to come back and run the family business, but then they go off to college and they get a girlfriend, and then they actually never come back. And they're trying to understand what sort of evil their children were exposed to. And it's the reality, and it's hard to, I represent the far suburbs, and some rural area, and it's hard for me to find staff that just don't want to live in downtown Chicago. So it's young kids, want to live in cities, and the social network effects are a big factor in happiness in life. So it's, when you figure this out, though, please let me know.
Hello, Congressman. My name is James, and I'd like to ask you a question in relation to your opening statements. You had said at the end of that you would like to see more facilities to where that excess hydrogen that's produced used for the production of energy. I'm wondering if there's any parts of the U.S. that seem promising that we can see this as a reality that maybe you've been working on. You're here in Texas. Yesterday we had former Governor Perry up here saying that he'd like to see, 47%, something like that, to where it's renewable power generated. So I'm wondering if you can use him or Mr. Crow's networks here to kind of build that support that we need. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that one of the interesting opportunities. There's sort of two ways to handle the variability of things on the grid. One is with some sort of energy storage. The other one is with a load that can come and go. And so if you can find uses to produce chemicals that are dispatchable, then I think you can, for example, if you're just producing hydrogen and you have a storage mechanism, then you can produce hydrogen with the leftover cheap electricity. And if you can do that at an acceptable capital cost, then you can feed that hydrogen into the existing chemical infrastructure. One of the challenges I know that we face around the area I represent is that there are a lot of refineries, a lot of plastic plants and stuff like this that are currently using fossil fuels, and 20 or 30 years from now they will be altered or abolished. And so we're going to have to figure out how to make those same chemicals, using other kinds of energy than fossil fuel, or if we don't succeed at finding a way to recycle the CO2 that is produced from these plants. And so that is one of the challenges, and I think one of the things that have to be looked at with these hydrogen hubs is how do you plug in a source of $1 a kilogram hydrogen into the existing chemical infrastructure. And so the places that currently produce those chemicals, many of them in Texas, should be looking at how do we replace those using hydrogen as the energy input instead of things that ultimately vent carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And besides, Port Arthur won't smell as bad.
Thank you. Hello, Elaine Copeland. Thank you all for being here in my beautiful city of Dallas in the historic Hall of State. I happen to be a past board member of Preservation Dallas, our architecturally important advocacy group. But to address a few things, and thank you all for being here. What great questions I'm hearing to come off of yours. Could you give us an example, please, of a community that is developed in a way that will support these, the hub, as you mentioned? It does make sense as a hub system, you know, to maybe implement that in small proportions before we take eminent domain and, you know, expand so broadly. But is there such an arrangement already that we could kind of compare to and hear more about? And second, related to that, I know I read or heard something about Brazil has some sort of an arrangement similar to what we're speaking about. I don't know if you know, but I'd love to hear more. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, first off, this technology doesn't exist, hasn't been proven. You know, no one knows how you can make large amounts of $1 a kilogram hydrogen. You know, it's fine to have a goal, but you have to look at, you know, if you only hit $2 a kilogram, you know, what fraction of the things that you could use hydrogen for at $1 a kilogram won't really work. And that also depends on the carbon price that you're willing to impose on the decision making there. I think, you know, my dream for the Illinois area, frankly, is that for some reason back in the 1970s, we got talked into accepting the nuclear waste from everywhere from, you know, Connecticut Yankee to San Onofre and everywhere in between. And there is a huge amount of safely stored nuclear waste just south of Joliet in what's called the Morris operation. So one way that to handle all this is to come up with a technology to incinerate that waste. And then the interesting thing is that you almost have too much energy in one place when you do this, because if you think about it, you have 20 times more energy in each fuel rod than was extracted the first time, and we've collected it from, I don't know, probably a dozen nuclear plants all in one location. And so that if you actually just start converting that, you just have a huge amount of energy in one place. One way to deal with that is to say, let's use that energy to make hydrogen and pump that hydrogen all out around the Midwest. And so it allows you to have a centralized facility to which people can ship the nuclear waste and have it incinerated, and what they get back in return would be hydrogen that you pump to them. And so this is one way that things could evolve and provide a future for, you know, the chemical and refineries and so on that exist in significant quantity in the Chicago metro region and all around our country. So it's one way things could evolve.
Great. I think we have time for one more question. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Julie Ryan. I write for Green Source DFW. I've been sitting too long. You've given us such a wealth of information about different improved energy technologies in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Could you just revisit them briefly and name them and give us a time frame? I got a little lost in all the info because I'm just a liberal arts major.
Well, yeah, the difficulty, the time frame is measured mainly in man-years, engineer man-years on many of these things. That the conceptual designs for many of these exist and they work, and what you don't know is the economics of them. And you learn the economics when you build a significant prototype and you operate it long enough to know, you know, what works and what breaks and what doesn't break, and what the final design looks like. And so these are things, well, like fusion is not really in that same bucket. Fusion energy, it's sort of the end of the rainbow for a lot of nuclear purposes, largely because the waste stream from fusion is very small. It does have a small amount of radioactive stuff left over, but it's pretty small. It has a couple of challenges. First, that no one's really made something that makes energy out of fusion in any significant quantity. I think it's likely that the machine that's under construction, the ITER machine that's being built in France over sort of by Bordeaux, is that's likely to work and make energy. But the problem is it's going to cost north of $30 billion. And if you say if you have to build something like that to make electricity, it's not going to be 5 cents a kilowatt hour. It's going to be a lot more expensive. And so you have to find a way to simplify fusion if it's going to work. They also have a problem with the fuel for fusion of getting enough tritium, and that's another separate unsolved problem. So that's sort of my take on fusion. The advanced nuclear concepts unquestionably will work. And the question there is the economics, and that relates to the regulatory issues. The real problem that you get into with regulatory issues is that you have to honestly address the worst case scenario. What's the worst that can happen? And anytime you have pressurized stuff, bad things can happen. You know, you have a pressure vessel that has to contain this stuff or it's not safe, you know, whether it's just containing the fuel rod itself or whatever. If you're trying to use a structural entity to keep bad stuff all in one place, you better be sure that structural entity is solidly designed and doesn't fail on you. And so this is why you have the big expensive concrete domes as the last line of defense on large nuclear plants. It's why you have as the first line of defense, instead of just having the nuclear powder, they put the powder inside very high-tech alloy tubes, and they really, really hope those tubes don't start failing. And so, and these things are hard to document to the regulators that you understand the failure rate of any of these components. And that's why some of the systems that just don't do that don't have high pressure anything, that operate basically at atmospheric pressure, where you have a bucket of stuff instead of a high pressure tank full of stuff, are just intrinsically easier to get regulators to agree they're not a problem. And the other thing that Raul mentioned is that there's sort of two ways to deal with the what are called the volatile. When you have a nuclear reaction, some of the stuff that comes off will go up into the atmosphere and cause trouble. And so the two ways that you can deal with that are either to put it in a little metal tube or a little ceramic ball and make sure that that metal tube or that ceramic ball never breaks, and so the volatiles can't get out. And then find a way to store them for very long periods of time. Or you can just say, okay, we're going to have a big bucket full of stuff, and anytime any volatile is produced, we're going to immediately capture it and put it somewhere safe. And so you continuously collect it. That means if some terrorist comes and smashes an airplane into your bucket full of stuff, the bucket simply doesn't contain enough bad stuff to make a big mess. And that's a fundamentally easier thing to convince regulators is not a problem. And you know, one of the big advantages of the scheme that Raul was talking about with the accelerator-driven systems, as well as the molten salt reactors, which are another version of that.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Representative Bill Foster from Illinois, for that really illuminative remarks. I know EarthX TV is recording this, so hopefully we'll be able to make this available to everybody, because I, for one, learned a lot today, and I'm sure everyone else can attest the same. So everyone, thank you. Bill Foster. All right, so it is now almost, what time do we have here? 1:46. We're going to meet back here at 2 o'clock. We're going to start sharp. Speakers, stay on your toes, because I was consulting with Sid. We might do a little bit of an audible in terms of our scheduling for the rest of the day. Remember I said those books, like that was the only change, there's going to be no more surprises? Ignore that previous guidance. So there was a lot of updates to the agenda from when this was printed and what we're doing the rest of the day. So I believe we have 6 more talks scheduled. So the ideal plan is we're going to have a short break. We're going to do 3 more talks. Then we're going to do about a 30-minute break or so, maybe a little less, and then 3 more and end the day. Now, 2 of my speakers that think there's going to be a long break, we're hopefully going to get them here in time. If not, I'm going to call to people like Maddie and others to basically come up and do their... Because there's no rhyme or reason. We just have a lot of smart people that we want you all to hear from. So let's meet back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.